Welcome back, everybody. It's Deck Tech Wednesday. Every Wednesday, every Wednesday, most every Wednesday, I will be here live on Twitch to tech your submitted decks. Whether you are doing that via our existing patrons or you are doing that by going to the link over in the corner to our Ko-fi and signing up for one on the same day. We'll go over it. A lot of people will also submit some notes for things that they'd like to adjust or things that they're looking for, etc., etc. We got some fresh new cards to look at today. Our first one, called Daddy Issues, is the new Kratos and Atreus cards that have not been released yet, but were spoiled and announced as part of the PlayStation secret layer drop. And let me bring up my notes. This one's submitted by Marimi. Who I think goes by many M names on the internet. So let's take a look at these first, and then we'll go over Marimi's notes and then discuss the deck. So we have Kratos, Stoic Father, 4 mana for a 4/4 when you attack with one or more gods, and whenever a god dies, you get an experience counter. And then at your end step, you put a number of +1/+1 counters on target creature equal to number of experience counters that you have. So very similar to what's his face, Izuri, but in different colors. Then it also has partner, father, and son. You can have it. The two can be commanders if they both have this ability. I don't know why they didn't just make this partners with Atreus, because this is the only other card with father and son. But Atreus Impulsive Son is 3 mana for a 2/4 with reach. You can pay 3 and tap it, draw a card for each experience counter you have, then discard a card, and then Atreus deals 2 damage to each opponent. So again, these two have this weird little partner thing, but they're the only ones that have it, so they can only be partnered with each other. So so Marimia said, this time around, I thought maybe we could get a deck tech for Kratos and Atreus. It's a simple deck overall, get experience counters, and go tall with Commander or some other creatures while using Atreus to draw a bunch of cards. Yeah, makes sense. It's a little unfocused at the moment, and maybe it would be good to tighten it up a little bit. Looking for cool synergies, and the only request to not cut is Ishtola Rule, because she's got a great interaction with some other cards in the deck, and I agree. Okay, let's take a look. You will notice that they're very right on their assessment that this deck is unfocused. So we will go over the cards, and then we will start with that. So we've got 21 creatures, a little creature light. Kratos cares about gods, so we have some changelings here, like Moth Dust Changeling. And we also have a couple gods. We have Iroas, Halvar, Heliod, Teralf, Perforos. Ultima is a god, which I did not know. Then we also have some counter synergies, because you can proliferate your experience counters. So Dreamtide Whale, Metastatic Evangel, Patrolling Peacemaker, stuff like that. But Kratos also likes going to combat. So we have some combat-based cards. Professional Facebreaker, Lightning Army of One. I guess you can lightly call Voice of Victory that because of Mobilize. Stuff like that. And then we have a little bit of equipment stuff. Pure Steel Paladin and Stoneforge Mystic. And then the cute interaction that was requested not to cut, and I wasn't going to cut it anyway, is Ishtola rule at the beginning of your end step, exile a creature you control and return to the battlefield. So end step, blink. But then, if it's your first end step, get another end step. So even if you just get a second end step, it means you get a second trigger of Kratos' second ability. So you put a bunch of counters on two things. But also, you have ETB synergy with like Metastatic Evangel. Getting a double blink from Ishtola on anything will give you some more experience counters. I think it's pretty great. Sorceries. Here we see some extra combat stuff, like World at War, which is from also the PlayStation drop. Overpowering attack, because more attacks, more Kratos stuff. We see some damage amplification with Insult and Isengard Unleashed, because we are trying to hit hard. We have Ye Old Board Wipe and a tutor. Our instants, we're pretty light on instants, just some very basic interaction. This is really a land. And then 3 spells to save our stuff. Yes. Hi, Nerd Girl. I think the only thing I don't have set up here is the Kofi is signed out, so I will not know. I will not be able to get anybody's messages there. I should still see a pop-up, but I cannot get into our Kofi. And I couldn't find a way for it to. It doesn't look like it's remembered the password. Yeah. All right, artifacts. Lots of artifacts, more than creatures. So we have more in our wheelhouse of themes. We have some counter synergy again. Ozolith. Let's see, Sword of Truth and Justice for Proliferate. We also have more extra combats with Hexplate Wallbreaker. And then we have a bunch of equipment, because we saw the couple cards before that synergized with equipment. And we just have every kind of buff that we could want. Death Touch, Lifelink, Trample, Haste, Phase our stuff out, Unblockable, everything. Lots of swords. Because we are a deck that likes to go to combat. So there we go. Our enchantments, more to help our different themes. Some good stuff for our artifacts that we're running here, and our equipment. Unquestioned Authority helps us to get in for free. Extra attack triggers, bring back our stuff, and Reconnaissance, a notably broken card. Hey, Saul. All right. So, yeah, really good self-awareness here, Marimi. This is very unfocused. This is very unfocused. We have a counters theme, like proliferate and counters. We have a combats theme. We have an equipment theme. We have a gods theme. We need to cut this down. I think you could realistically pick any 2 of these and go there. Personally, I think the counters theme is very strong, and I would want to go with gods, because that's interesting and unique. I don't think equipment does much for you here. because neither of our commanders benefit from buffs at all. Neither of these care about their own power and toughness or anything like that. Neither of them does extra stuff if they get in for combat damage, so unblockable doesn't matter. And then extra combats, we also don't get much out of our extra combats. Like, an extra combat just by itself is good. It means more damage, but Kratos' ability only triggers once per attack, because it's when you attack with one or more gods. So that your extra combat is only getting you a single extra experience counter. So I say focus on counters, focus on gods. So let's start cutting some stuff out of here. We cut the equipment synergy stuff. And the combat-y stuff. Like, I guess lightning is a good target for, I won't say it's an auto cut for me. It's a really good target for the counters. And Facebreaker is just a generically good card, so I'm okay with this. And yes, Cecil, so this was the first thing I thought of. If we're playing a deck with experience that cares about experience counters, there are only so many experience counters. We definitely are running all of the ones that we can. So Othari, Sun's Glory, when it attacks, you gain an experience counter, and then you make 2/2s for each experience counter you have. We're also missing the OG Clemny. That's not how you spell that. Whenever you cast a creature spell with cost 5 or greater, you get an experience counter. Now, we don't have many of those, but it doesn't matter because we have other ways to get those counters. And it just generically gets +1 for each experience counter you have. Great. And then we could consider Mizzix. This is Mizzix, this one? Yes. When you cast an instant or sorcery with mana value greater than the number of experience counters you have, you get an experience counter, and your stuff costs less. I think you'd have to change the deck up a good bit to want to run this, but there is that. So we'll put that in considering. And yes, there are 2 cards that have been spoiled from Avatar that care about experience counters. There's Katara. Is it this one? No, not this one. It's the other Katara. Bending Prodigy. No, not this one either. Yeah, I know it doesn't tell me which one. Heroic Healer doesn't seem right. Waterbending Master, maybe. There we go. Waterbending Master. When you cast a spell during your opponent's turn, you get an experience counter, and when she attacks, you draw a card for each experience counter. Yes, definitely. So as soon as the set drops, you'll want to get one of these for it. Although I guess if you're okay running these cards, which also aren't out yet, then Katara seems fine. And then, yeah, Aang is the other one. Airbending Master, I guess, makes sense. This is... when one or more creatures you control leave without dying, you get an experience counter, and at your upkeep, make a 1/1 for each experience counter you have. I don't think he's mid at all. Sure, it doesn't work terribly well with this deck because you don't have a lot of creatures that will be leaving the battlefield without dying. But this says 5 mana every turn, make a bunch of 1/1s. Because of all of your other cards that are getting you experience counters. So I would definitely run this here. We also have a weird conflict of interest here with our god theme, because Kratos gives you 1 experience counter whenever you attack with 1 or more gods. Yeah. But also gives you an experience counter whenever a god dies. So having gods die is a much more efficient way to rack up experience counters, but gods are not good at dying. Indestructible. Not even, yeah, yeah. Not even always a creature. Indestructible. Indestructible. We need gods that are better at dying. Now, I like the idea that you have for Flame Shadow Conjuring, but we're a creature light deck, and that cares specifically about non-token creatures. So while it would do the thing that we want, I would rather just put more gods in here. You know what gods like dying? The O'Hares. These are great for this. And O'Hare Ashenil has some synergy since Atreus deals damage to our opponents, so it's amplifying that there. And the card is just generically strong. O'Hare Pakpatik is fine. We're not running many instants, so this is not an auto include for me. But like, these are just solid creatures, and I like them. So yeah, we have now some gods that are okay with dying. And don't worry, we won't be removing the gods that are here, but I think we do want to run more of them. There are also the gods from War of the Spark. God Eternal Kefnet and God Eternal Oketra. We have, I think Oketra is pretty solid here. Kefnet is a little more questionable. Like, it's still a solid flyer. But we still have this we're light on instants and sorceries, so I think these are like good for considering if you were adjusting the deck a lot more. But we're happy with the the other one. The other one is Ilharg. All right, yes, the Boar God. These are all okay with dying because you at least get them back in a couple turns. Duplicates of Atreus and Kratos do die to the legend rule, but I think making copies of them you're spending a lot of resources to get an experience counter when you could just proliferate. But I would be happy to be running these gods straight up instead. There are a couple other random ones. How do I spell this? It's search. There we go. Randomly, here is a god from the Assassin's Creed set. And has a relevant ability when you cast a historic spell, deal 3 damage to any target, and we have a lot of historic spells. I mean, that is Commander now. Everything is everything is historic. Also, the Warring Triad. This will just be a mana rock for a little while, but it is a god, and it is a god you're happy to send to combat once it's online. This one, I do think you would have to consider. But I think with the upside, I'd be happy with it replacing like a rock. And then an honorary god, Tarian Mauler. Card still does the job. It gets big, and it deals with counters, so it's already playing into our themes. And thanks to Changeling, it is a god. Okay, so we've got some more gods that will actually die. how about counter stuff? So there are a lot of different, like, there's so many cards that synergize with counters now. So what is different about this deck? Kratos is very good at putting one lump sum of counters onto a single creature, as opposed to other, like, spreading them out, which a lot of other commanders do. And so Proliferate is actually not as useful to us. Like, we're not getting as much value out of it. We do still want to keep it around because that's the only way to increase our experience counters, aside from whatever mechanic is doing it. But what creatures benefit from a large amount of counters being put on them? Crystalline Crawler certainly likes a lot of counters being put onto it. And we can then just turn that into mana. Hangerback Walker loves having a bunch of counters dumped onto it. Anim Pakal, very happy to have a bunch of counters put onto it. And if we keep some of these extra combat spells, then, you know, this thing can do the job all on its own. All right, another classic, Chasm Skulker, also likes to have a bunch of counters put onto it. I think Aerith is pretty good here. The first part of it doesn't matter so much. Lifelink, and when you gain life, put a counter on her. We're not gaining life very often, but when she dies, put counters on each legendary creature you control equal to the counters that were on her. We get very legendary here. And then I want to point this out. I'm not adding this, but if one of you wants to build a high power version of this deck, Sage of Hours exists. Remove all counters from Sage of Hours for each 5 removed, take an extra turn. So you can just loop extra turns as long as you've got 5 experience counters. And that, you know, wins the game. So I think there's certainly a high power build of this, since this is already a combo in Azuri, but now you've opened up 2 other colors that I think are better at like controlling the board until you get this combo set up. But I don't think that is what we're doing here. So I am not adding that to this specific one. How about some random hate bears? I don't know that I personally, as a player, am not a random hate bear. Like, I won't put them in my decks unless I know that I'm playing with if I had like a dedicated play group that I played with them every week, I would be adding hate bears that are important for that group. Or if the deck has a particular weakness that is covered by whatever the bear is hating on, then I will add them. But I'm not a hate bear sprinkler, you know? All right. I also, in general, thought that we could do with more creatures in this deck as one that wants to go to combat and wants to put counters on creatures. We'll come back to this and probably trim out a couple other creatures, but that seems pretty good to me. We go down here. We're trimming out some more of these cards. Let's see. So the damage amplifiers, I don't know that we need those here. We aren't like consistently getting in. Like, neither of these has evasion, so often we'll be just running into blockers. which is okay. But we don't have good payoffs for that damage amplification. So I'm not as up on these cards for this deck. And then we also have this here. I'm actually cutting Clever Concealment here. I don't know that we have enough creatures consistently to convoke this. Ripples of Potential is fine. Counterspell is fine. March of Swirling Mist is not great. I think I would rather just have like Dawn's Truce or something else like that that's guaranteed to protect my stuff. You know, if we were bumping this up a bracket, doing like Teferi's Protection or something. Is Curiosity a decent ad? That I think is all right. But the thing is, if you have Atreus out, it's already drawing you a bunch of cards. So I wouldn't be worried about Curiosity. What I do want to be playing with Atreus is Sting. This is probably not a good way to search for this. I don't remember what is Dagger in the name? Yeah, Sting the Glinting Dagger. Okay, this I want. So the quick creature has +1/+1 and has haste. That's relevant since we're a deck that likes to go to combat. But also, untap it at each combat. On every single player's combat, you untap this, so we can activate Atreus multiple times. So I think this is a good equipment, because we can use it with Atreus to just draw a billion cards, or it does just give haste, for not a terrible rate. So now we're here. We can also take out a bunch of this stuff. I don't think we need Basilisk Collar. I don't think we need Swiftfoot Boots. Don't think we need Sword of the Animist. Mithril Coat. We're okay with our stuff dying. I don't think that this sword does enough. Or this sword. Ember Cleave. We don't have enough creatures, really, to consistently play this for cheap. We don't need Culture Complete. And Excalibur is just so good. You can just, like, jam this in most decks, and it's just incredible. I really need to pick up a couple copies. You could probably cut more out of this. Like, I think really, I am famously low on the sword cycle. I think Truth and Justice is fine here. Artifact focus related to the arms. I don't know. It was not mentioned in the notes from Arimi, but that's possible. Yeah, I think I would also cut this Forge and Frontier. Feast and Famine is particularly strong here, and it gives us protection from the two colors that we're not running, so we're not worried about that. Okay, it's cleaned up a little better there. Cut this stuff. I don't think we need the Unquestioned Authority either. Okay. That's cleaned up a little nicely. All right. Now if it's me, we're at 33 lands. I would just add a couple more lands and this deck would be done. Or a little bit more interaction. But to me, this looks much better. Uh, we definitely, I'm not missing it, right? Yeah, no. We definitely should be running a Tyrant Sanctum here, though, because this turns our legendary creatures into gods. Like, if there's ever a deck to run this in, it's this one. It puts counters, and it turns them into gods. So I'm just going to, let's look at our, spread here. So heaviest in white and red. Yeah, it looks like that's decently compensated here. Yeah, so let's just like toss a Triome in here and like, oh, I was already in there. Yeah, do we have like one more land that we can do? We have like, oh, we don't have all of the partner lands, right? 1, 2, oh, we do. We have 3. Yeah, whatever. We'll add another mountain. No, why is it doing that? Huh, weird. All right, so that brings us to 100. Exactly. Yes, Tyrite Sanctum is the Oprah of Magic gods. So let's look at how this runs now. Let's see. Draw, play a Hallowed Fountain, draw, play a Spectator Seating, draw. I think we could reasonably say that one person has a land, more lands than us at this point. So we'll grab an island. Turn 4. Let's see. Oh, the Perforos here is kind of nice. We have not developed much by turn. Well, okay, this is turn 4. I guess we're. I don't know. Or maybe I should have played this Tarian Mauler early. But if we go Perforos here, then on turn 5. We can play Kratos. That's a little awkward. Let's see. I don't think we keep that hand. Ah, here we go. I'm gonna remove the Soul Ring because we know a deck will work if Soul Ring is in your hand. Yeah. All right. So draw, land, draw, land. Oh, we should probably swap this Great Furnace out. I don't think we have use for that. Play a Voice of Victory. Three. We claim jump for an island. Turn 4. Let's see. Turn 4, we can go Professional Facebreaker, send a Voice of Victory or something. I can assume we get 1 treasure. Play Atreus. This is turn 5. Turn 5, we get Kratos. We can even leave Counterspell mana up and start swinging. This is decent. That is a dangerous opening hand. I guess you all can't see what I'm doing here. I'll move myself, even though this is probably my last playtest for this. Okay. Yeah, this looks solid. Find the triome. Turn 2, Evangel. Turn 3, ouch. Ouch. All right, ambitious. Turn 1. Turn 2. Turn 3. Turn 4. Yeah, I think we just still put you on the board. And then turn 5. Turn 5 swings with Kratos. You could play Atreus, equip Sting. You could play Anim Pakal for counter here. Kratos wants haste. I mean, yeah, but I think there's it's funny because I'm going to talk about this in the next deck as well, but we often are like, oh, thing that attack, thing want haste, and like, sure, at a base level that makes sense, you know, but I don't think that Kratos needs haste. I don't think that this is the kind of thing because the kind of thing that you want haste on is like a Tali. You want haste on a creature that you know does not make it around the rotation to be able to attack. Kratos totally lives through the rotation. Nobody cares that on my next turn I will get 1 experience counter and put 1 counter onto a thing. It's the later turns where he is more relevant. So I was not too concerned about haste for this. Now I think we trim this up a little bit and we just add a little extra ramp. This idea is cute, but I don't think we need it. I think what we're missing a talisman here. Is it progress? No. It's conviction. Talisman of conviction. And I also think you could probably cut this Windcrag Siege. Double attack triggers is good, but we don't have a ton that takes advantage of that. I think, also, you could consider, like, an Esper Sentinel for this. I know, brilliant, deep cut Esper Sentinel. But what's cool about this is Esper Sentinel draws you a couple cards early, but oftentimes if you draw it late, it is dead. Not true because of Kratos. You put a bunch of counters on this, and now everybody has to pay a bunch more mana to stop you from drawing cards. I am just going to put this in considering because we all know that Esper Sentinel is good. It just has extra upside here. Let's just... one more rock, and then we're good. All right, let me do one more playtest here, see if that adjusts things a little bit. Let's see, 2 lands, not enough. A billion lands. I guess that's not the worst thing. Let me test this. All right, we're gonna Flooded Strand for our Triome. Turn 2. Here's an Ozolith. Turn 3. Atreus. Turn 4. Oh, we have a command tower. Should have put that out. Here you can play Kratos and just send Atreus. You at least get 1 experience counter. Maybe you probably have an okay attack here. But if Atreus dies, that's fine, because then we get a second counter, and Kratos gets at least 1. All right, and then our turn 5. Turn 5. We need 3 for this. I guess I don't hate this. You play Brotherhood Regalia. You equip. You swing Kratos. You get another experience counter. This has... oh, this costs 3. Okay, then you just hold up a counter spell, I guess. You put... probably put counters on Atreus because we have Proliferate in hand. Not bad. What about this hand? Nope, that's not how that works. All right. Turn 1. Turn 2. Walker on 1. Turn 3. Atreus. Turn 4. Kratos, swing Atreus, counter, put the counter on Hangerback Walker. Turn 5. Like, sort of Feast and Famine. Equip, swing. Up to 2 experience counters, untap our lands. Like play Halvar. Yeah. All right, I'm feeling better about this. I know that what I really want is to get the other experience cards. That's what I really want happening in this deck. But I think this is a good place to start. Cutting it down to like 2 out of the 4 plus themes that we saw. I think this is the direction that I would take this deck. Cool. Our second one for today. Oh, give me one moment. Just going to make sure that I am set up on our Ko-fi. Okay, cool. So now, if and when you all decide to add deck text for today, I will see it. Next on the list, submitted by Gateau, we have a Karlach Hardy Outlander deck. So, Karlach, we all know her, we all love her. 5 mana, 5/4. Whenever you attack, if it's the first combat phase of the turn, you untap all your attacking creatures. They gain first strike, get an extra combat after this. Has choose a background, so we've chosen Hardy Outlander. When your commander attacks, if you attack the player with the most life, the opponent with the most life, then you give something else plus X equal to Karlach's power. So, classic Gruul, big power, fight hard. Now, Gateau said, I struggle with balancing everything this deck wants. It's Gruul Stompy, and Karlach gives multiple combats, and Hardy Outlander buffs other attacking creatures when Karlach attacks. Yep. So this deck needs 1, ramp to get out a 5 mana commander in a reasonable time. 2, other attacking creatures, preferably with attack or combat triggers. 3, haste, so you don't sit around with a threatening board state. And 4, trample, overrun / double strike for surprise kills. And 5, protection. I'm interested in what you think of the balance, where cuts might be made, and what needs to be shored up. Yeah, that's a lot of things to try and balance all in one deck. So let's take a look, and then we will discuss these 5 points that we are trying to get all into one deck. All right, so we've got some creatures, some early ramp. I think I like Ruby Daring Tracker here because it cares about big creatures as well. I really like upside with my mana dorks. As soon as they cost more than 1 mana, ideally they also synergize with what the rest of the deck is doing. And Ruby becoming a 3/4 attacker is relevant here. Like that's a decent attacker. Plus, she has haste, which is great. So functions kind of like a talisman where it doesn't screw up your if you play her later, because you can immediately use her for mana. Tower Winder is a card that I don't see played very often. It searches for your command tower. Very cute. We have Give Our Stuff Trample. We have Give Our Stuff Unblockable. We have some other cards that like big powers, like Selvala, Tuya, Cactus Folk Sure Shot, I think is pretty excellent here, giving your power 4 or greater trample and haste, and it protects itself with ward. Thank you for the resub, Mark. Appreciate that. Dork also pretty strong here. Ramps you and turns into an overrun effect, both of which we can definitely use here. Let's see. We are dealing bunches of damage, so this should be pretty reasonable. Durnan helps us go through our deck. Goreclaw, classic. definitely still somehow overrated. This card is very good. Or sorry, underrated. Like this should make it into most decks that care about these things. It's just that good. We have Grand Warlord Rada and Savage Ventmaw to make mana from our attack. And then Halana Elena also very strong. Don't forget this also gives haste to the thing that it targets. We can double power with Neith and get a little card advantage. Xenagos, also a source of haste and make big. Wolfgar doubles both of these triggers. This is an attack trigger, and this is an attack trigger. Now, it says if a creature you control attacking would cause a triggered ability of a permanent. Yes, totally works here. Roxanne, also an attack trigger. Oh, and Frostfang, I think, is very, very good. Since Karlach gives all of your stuff first strike. Dragonhawk, also strong. We already care about our creatures being big. Gives you whatever you need at the moment. Card advantage or just damage. Some more ramp. Some more big beats. Cool. Sorceries. Ramp. Kind of ramp, kind of removal. Some extra combats. Removal. Overrun type effect. Or card draw. Yeah, right? There's a lot of words on this card. She also gives first strike to all your stuff. Instants are helping us out with combat, like giving us an extra one, or buffing our stuff with extra things in combat. Artifacts, Dolmen Gate. I did not know that Dolmen Gate got reprinted with this art. So, like, this is just perfect. It both is Karlach themed and is really good for the deck because all of your attacks are free. Let's see. Yep, and then some buffs for our creatures. Our enchantments are doing a lot of the same things. We're trying to give our creatures trample, trying to draw some cards from those creatures. Hunter's Talent is pretty nice. It's removal that then turns into buff and trample, which then turns into card advantage. We have more haste, more make big, more big damage. Oh yeah, and then we got lands. All right, so yes, it is a lot of things that we're trying to balance with this deck. So let's go back over those 5 points that we're trying to balance here. Ramp because our commander costs 5. Attacking creatures that are good to go to combat with. Haste. Overrun effects to boost our board and get in for kills. And protect our stuff. These are all things that are valuable, but I don't think we need to balance those things. So first of all, let's look at our creature choices. Some of these, say like Dracuseth. This is good to go to combat with, but it doesn't do any of the other stuff. Dragonborn Champion. This is decent to go to combat with, especially if you've got first strike with it, but it doesn't do some of the other stuff. Like it's Gruul often has all of the things that we're asking for, or at least more of them, all in the same card. So every single one of our creature choices should cover multiple areas so that we don't feel like we have to balance this as much. We can just have it all. Take a look at something like Elder Gargaroth. We love going to combat, and we love extra combats. It also gives us our choice of thing that we want. We can start building up a board to set up for an overrun effect. We can bolster our life total, or we can get card advantage. It also is a blocker. It also has trample. I think this is the kind of creature that we need to be putting in. Every creature might not have as high quality as this, but should have multiple angles. So I think something like Dragonborn Champion does not have enough of that. How about Goldspan Dragon? Same thing. We love going to combat with this. Love extra attack triggers. Has haste. And ramps us. This, I think, is a much better choice than, say, like Durnan. Good evening, Dog Boy Mark. Thank you so much for a resub. Hello. Sirac and Goreclaw gives our stuff trample, gives our stuff haste, and boosts it up. I think that's significantly better than some of our other things here, like Lelia. We don't really need. What about classic Urabrask? Not this one though. We need to be able to read you. Oh, you're cool. Okay. Here is a haste enabler that also helps us to get in for combat. Because the less blockers is huge for us because of multiple combats. Normally, if it was just one combat, a chump blocker clears it for a whole rotation. But now it's, yeah, this is pretty great. Let's see, what else have we got? I think you should run Port Razor in this deck. This is kind of an exception to what I've been saying. This does not give you this does not have a good way to get in. And it doesn't do a lot of other things, but the upside on this is so high that I think it's worth running. You of course could run the pricey version of this. But I think either of these is a good call. I will just move that now. Covetous Dragon. Not Coventus. Control no artifact, sacrifice it. I mean, this is fine. This is fine. But I don't think we're a super artifact heavy deck. Yeah. And so I didn't want to go over all of the things. Like, I think you just should be upgrading all of these creatures to do the things that you want all in the same card. And there are a lot of those cards. So like something like Tuya, we already have this effect, and like another version of it is not bad, but it doesn't do any of the other things that you want. Archetype of aggression. Also, like, it gives everything trample, but it doesn't have really anything else that we care about. And also, removing trample from opponents doesn't really do anything. No girl. Fires of Yavimaya. So I do think that we can definitely upgrade the Oh, that's what's happening. Oh, our audio settings are bad here. Hold on. That's strange. I was like, what's going on? I'm hearing the audio for that out of the regular speakers. How do I fix that? Weird. Well, I won't mess around with that for the moment, but that'll be a note for later. Okay. Good to know. Yes, I think we can upgrade. I think Invigorating Hawkspring is not great as a haste enabler unless we are running a dedicated modified deck. But also I wanted to point out here. So one of the things that that Gateau said we really needed for this deck was haste, because we don't want to be sitting around with a scary board state. And while I understand that like feeling, I think you just adjust that with in other ways. Because haste allows us to make a big play and narrows the window where other players can stop us from doing so. Right? So it's like, oh, I have a creature. All right, now I have to wait a turn to attack. And you all can see that I have big creature that's ready to attack. They have 1, 2, 3 turns to deal with it. And then, you know, my turn as well at instant speed. With haste, that creature comes into play, and then opponents have between when I put it on the board and when I go to combat to deal with it. So that's the idea. We want to narrow the time where an opponent can react and stop what we're trying to do. But I don't think you necessarily need that answer to be haste. Let's look at just simply what Karlach does. Whenever you attack, you get an extra combat and give yourself first strike. So all you need to get this going is one creature already on the board. You don't have to worry about haste, because haste costs money. I would rather have better stats. and have Karlach ready to go. Because this can be any creature. You have any 4-drop creature on the board, which gives you the possibility next turn of playing Karlach and going into combat twice. But if that one creature is dealt with, then you just play another creature. You just play another thing like that. We don't need to have a billion creatures before going to combat. But also, then your opponents have to make the decision, oh, well, they have one creature out. They are not swinging at me right now. Should I develop my board, or do I need to save answers for what could be on their turn? That is the position that I would rather, I'm happy to be in. As opposed to having to pay extra mana for haste, at which point I kind of tell the table, I'm trying to do a big thing. I found that it's just been a much better play pattern of go, like, all right, on my turn, I will play, like, Doric and pass. My opponents know that Karlach could be coming next turn, but they have to decide if that's a problem or not. You reacting to them is better than them reacting to you. So I am actually not super big on dedicated slots to haste enablers in this deck. If however, those haste enablers are connected to a body, I'm much more about it. Sure, Enduring Courage costs 1 more, but it is a body on the board that we are very happy to send it in combat, since it can return with its important ability. Would much rather have something like this. Plus, yes. Plus dog. We can also get like some overlap of these different aspects we're trying to fit into the deck in other places. What about Smuggler's Surprise? So this it is protection with its final mode. Creatures you control with power 4 or greater gain hexproof and indestructible. Cool. So we have essentially second copy of Heroic Intervention. It can also be kind of haste, because this is an instant that can be used to put 2 creature cards from our hand onto the battlefield. We got big creatures. So this is pretty much the same thing as haste. If I go, great, at the end of my opponent's turn, I'm going to put a Dracuseth and a Savage Ventmaw onto the board and then untap and swing. And then, there's even some card advantage baked into it. So I think we can balance a lot of these things by making sure all of our cards overlap on the things that they do. I think, yeah. We are also, this is a deck that really wants to go to combat. So I would like for all of our things to be on bodies. I would not be running Cultivate or Kodama's Reach here. I don't think we actually need that much ramp. Because every turn that we spend ramping is a turn where we did not put a good attacker onto the board. If we have stuff like Ruby, that's a good compromise, but there are not a lot of cards like this. I also don't think we need Triumph of the Hordes here. We're good at dealing a bunch of damage. We don't necessarily need that to be infect damage. I'd rather have something like Like even like Pathbreaker Ibex, when this attacks, make your stuff big. Because again, this is on a body. Do I think the deck needs a finisher like Insurrection? I don't think that this deck needs it. Would it be sad to have it? Definitely not. You could totally run it if you just like the card, but I don't think this deck needs that thing. We should just be trying to run straight over top of our opponents. Now, I could be convinced to put in something on a body that steals our opponent's creatures. There's a couple creatures that, like, when they enter, they steal one from each opponent. I'm totally down for those. I forget what they... If anybody can think of the names of those, let me know. But I would like those better than Insurrection in this, I think. Let's see. I think World Souls Rage is a little out of place here. I'm not sure entirely what this is, what that would be for. Oh, yes, right. Speaking of haste enablers, I don't think we need the Swiftfoot Boots here. Many of the same reasons I've been saying. I don't think haste is as important as we might think for this deck. And that's haste that I have to keep paying for. Embercleave. Same as our previous deck. I don't think we have enough creatures. Like, this is... You want this for go wide. I just don't think we have enough creatures for this to be the best choice here. I don't want to dedicate a card simply to giving trample. We'll move that to the sideboard. Elemental Bond. Same argument as a lot of things. I would rather have this ability on a body. And hey, you know, that does just exist. Let's see, cut those, I cut those. Oh, okay, yeah. And the last one, the Tower Winder is very cute. It is nice that it has reach and death touch. The reach is less relevant because we are the ones that want to be turning our stuff sideways. The death touch is nice because of first strike, but this still doesn't quite do enough for me. If it ramped us, this card would be busted. But I think I need the 2-drop slot to either be a significant attacker or better ramp. I think that is everything that I had on my cut list. Let's talk about some swaps, though. So I'm going to stick in this theme. Unnatural Growth. I think this is a pretty good ability for this deck. This is also a good example of why haste is not always the answer for big explosive thing. Unnatural Growth is a surprise boost in damage that we're doing. But there's no haste to be seen with this card. But it accomplishes the same thing. However, we can just put that on a body. And hey, this thing becoming indestructible, also not the worst thing. So yeah. Let's see, more things that we can put onto bodies. Oh, yes. Fire Emancipation and City on Fire. Yes, generically good things for this, and maybe you keep the City on Fire simply because it's the Karlach one. But Emancipation, I don't want to pay 6 mana for that. This is... You can make the argument that this is similar to, what's its face? To Unnatural Growth that we just cut. But this only deals with damage. Growth also... Unnatural Growth also helps to protect our creatures since it boosts their toughness as well. If we're getting a double damage, put it on a body. We have Fiendish Duo. Doubles damage to an opponent. You also could do like Twin Flame Tyrant, although that comes with a much heftier price tag. But Fiendish Duo does the same, has the same idea. Yes, the Hot Spring. If we did not remove that already. You can replace that with the Enduring Courage. Also, like Rhythm of the Wild, I think would still just be a better choice if you wanted to replace it 1-for-1. Because you get the uncounterable aspect, and if you don't want to haste things, then you can just put counters on them. I don't know that the deck needs it in general, but I would definitely replace this. Do we have the mono red god? Which one? Which one? There are many of them. There's Perforos. There's other Perforos. There's O'Hare Ashenil. There's Hazaret. There's other Hazaret. But I don't think we need any of those. Oh. Primeval Herald here. I thought this was pretty solid. Because it's when it enters, you ramp. When you attack, you ramp. And it does have Trample, which is an important ability for us. I think this is a better choice, though. Adelan Jackal. 1 mana less and has haste. And even though it does not ramp on ETB, it is likely going to ramp the turn that you play it. Because on turn 3, there will be one player at least that either does not have creatures on the board because they've only ramped, or has creatures on the board that they do not want to block with. I like this better than Primeval Herald, or in addition to it. Bring back flanking? I don't know. Maybe if it did more. Oh, no. Oh, God. Hello, dogs. If it isn't the dog home. Look at all of you. Look at all of you. Sheep. Sheep. Do you just copy paste whatever that man tells you? Hi, everybody. Hello, Lekman. Hello, old head. Right now, we are doing a deck tech for Ghetto's Karlach and Hardy Outlander deck. And we're discussing why haste is not always the answer to make explosive plays. That your combat decks, you don't always need it to be haste as the thing that fixes your problem. In this deck, we are trying to balance very many things. And I think all the things that we're trying to balance can be put, like, in Gruul, often come in the same card. But yeah, I maybe I should have like some more specific examples, but man, it's just they all the Gruul creatures do the same thing. Just make sure to cut the ones that don't do at least two of the things. Um that don't do at least two of the things that you are looking for in this deck. Let's see. Oh, I would cut this Hunter's Insight if this card is fine, but if one of your concerns already was protection, this card is asking to get blown out. Against worse players, you'll get away with this card. But against like better players, usually just get disappointed. I would much rather run like I'm so glad this people were worried that this card was going to be very pricey because and like let me be very clear, if you don't have a couple copies of this card, pick them up now. It is just the best version of this kind of effect. You can of course head to our head to our sponsor CoolStuffInc.com and use code MNG5 for 5% off, and that is also very helpful for us because I've given you this wonderful advice. Yeah, because if you compare this to Rishkar's expertise or Return of the Wild Speaker, this cares about the power that was greatest when you cast it, which is a huge, huge difference. There's even the even worse one for 5 mana that gets blown out because you have to target your creature. But yeah, this one also being an instant, which makes it better than Rishkar's expertise. Or you have this additional thing. You have the life gain, which is a rare relevant ability here. Because if you're the combat deck, sometimes the other players will team up on you and be like, well, they're dealing a lot of damage, but if we all attack them, then we keep this even, and this helps to compensate for that. So, yeah. Pick these up now before they blow up. Okay. Let's see. Anything else that I would cut from this? Oh, so yeah, your other two, like Fanatic of Ronus is now just like always consider this as like one of the first 2-mana dorks that you put into a deck. Card's stupid good. Because we're not going to get any other like 2-drops that are good for combat. You can also run the budget version. Elysian Caryatid produces 1 more mana. At least this is mana of any color too, opposed to Fanatic, which is only green. Yeah. Oh, this Manifold Key. I think this is also better served as anything else that does this effect. I think this is better as Key to the City. I think this is better as like Sonic Screwdriver. Because that first ability does not do a whole lot for us. In fact, the only thing we would care about untapping at all is Soul Ring. I know you all, if you're following me on Blue Sky, you saw I posted about this card today. This, I think, is a good replacement for it. Center Eruption. Holy crap. Card's so good. Sure, it's often just going to be a land that deals 3 damage to you, but this deals with problematic lands. This is your this is a good solution to any lands. It also says, great, everybody dies this turn. Especially because Karlach gives extra combats that you do not have to pay mana for. This card is so good. You can add that to your CoolStuffInc order. Oh, also, this is... I'm only going to say this the one time, but you should be defaulting to MDFCs and then cutting them if they then don't fit. In Gruul, you play all of them. Or at least all the Modern Horizons ones, because they are all good for what Gruul wants to do. Bridgeworks Battle, cool. It's a land that's removal and buffs our creature. Center Eruption we already saw. Disciple of Freyalise. Sack one of our big creatures to draw cards. I think Pinnacle Monk would be the one that you don't have to worry about for this deck. And we have this, and then Stump Stomp. Removal. I'm not as hot on this Valakut Awakening because this draw and bottom cards is not an effect that we make a lot of good with. Okay, we've got 99 in the deck right now, but I want to run this through a play test and see what we're looking at. This is not the best hand. Okay, yeah, let's go with this. Draw, forest, birds, draw, Firelit Thicket, Goblin and Archimancer, cast Hardy Outlander for 1 mana. Draw. This is turn 3. We have a lot of options here. On turn 3, we can just drop Karlach. We really probably play this Goldspan Dragon. Swing in, make treasure. Maybe crack treasure for Fanatic of Ronus. Put you over here for now. And a Stump Stomp. Use the Goldspan Dragon to bite something and then make a treasure. All right, that's turn 3. Draw. Here's turn 4. So now, sure, we can assume that like maybe something, like somebody probably kills Goldspan here, which means we have another treasure. I think that's a reasonable assumption that somebody said, no, we need to kill that. So let's what do I want here? Play Karlach for 1, 2, 3, 4. We now have Fanatic of Ronus online. Yeah, so we then use do I have 2 red left? Yeah, I have the treasures. So all right, so hold on. We want 1, 2, 3, 4. And we go 1, 2 red. Use 3 of this, 2 of it for Dragonhawk. That exiles 2 cards for us. We have we have 2 green floating. 2 green and a treasure. Unfortunate. All right. These stay in exile. We ding our opponents for 4. Yeah. All right. Let's try this hand. I will always cut the Soul Ring because we know that it works if it's got Soul Ring, but I don't think we keep the rest of that hand. Yeah, this hand looks great. Draw. Turn 2. And Narcomancer. Turn 3. That's tricky. Do we do a turn 3 Goreclaw? It reduces 1, 2, 3 spells that we could play the next turn. Or we could go Talisman of Impulse, Birds, Caryatid. Or we could play Cactus Folk Sure Shot, which gives haste. I think these are all really good options. Sure Shot gets messed up a little bit if we don't draw land, because then we can't play Karlach. I don't know. I think I want Talisman, Birds, and Caryatid. So here's turn 4. We, of course, hit the land. All right, turn 4. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and a reduction. So we go Goreclaw for 1, 2, 3. We then can Cactus Folk Sure Shot for 2, which Caryatid pays for, and then we can Karlach for 1, 2, 2. Yep. Whew. That's turn 4. Turn 4. Sure. We go to combat. Sure Shot. Hastes and tramples. Goreclaw and Karlach, right? Because it doesn't do it to itself, right? Yeah, other creatures. And Karlach goes, "Hey, we swing these. We could probably even swing the Anarchomancer, depending. And then untap, do it again. Yeah. So you probably fill this last spot with like one more mana dork. Yeah, this looks much better to me. Yeah. So overall, even though there were a lot of things to balance for this deck, or seemingly a lot of things to balance, just make sure that your card choices cover more than one of the areas that you want to balance. And remember that haste is good, but not as necessary as you might think in decks like this. Our third deck for today. This was submitted by Red, and it has definitely won for best deck name of the day. This is Sin Stational, because it is a Sin Unending Cataclysm deck that is looking to use spacecraft to station to produce the counters that we're eating. So therefore, Sin Stational. So, Sin Unending Cataclysm is a 5/5 flying trample for 7 whole mana. But when it enters, you remove all counters from any number of artifacts, creatures, and enchantments, and it gets twice that many +1/+1 counters. When it dies, you move all of those counters to another creature you control. So, Red, with the submission, said the main goal is to have permanents that accumulate counters and then drop Sin for big swings. The plan seems cool, but ends up being a little clunky, and the deck could use suggestions. I'm not fully committed to everything being stations, but would like to avoid the +1/+1 counter staples like Hardened Scales and Vorinclex. This deck could definitely use a Veggie Touch to unearth some cards that would play better with the plan. And there are some weird includes for creatures that have high power but low cost, so you can station more efficiently. All right. You've come to the right place, Red. Let's go over the deck list, and then we'll talk about where we would adjust. All right. We got some ramp. Mana Dork that cares about a big creature. Cost reduction, Mana Dork, and untap a permanent, like a land. And then ramp. Okay. Our other small creatures, some utility. Malcolm ends up getting counters. And what is relevant here is every time that Malcolm hits a player, you put a counter on. It only cares about when there are 4 counters or more, but it does continue to get counters. Oaka removes counters in exchange for card draw. Shoreline Looter is unblockable and also loots, as per its name. Sheltering Ancient is a great start to this list. This inclusion made me very happy. All the way back from Cold Snap, it's a 5 mana or 2 mana 5/5. It puts counters on opponent's creatures as its cumulative upkeep, which I think can be can even be an upside, because you either put it on creatures that can't make a good use of them, or you put it on creatures that you don't think are coming your way, or you use it as a deal, like a political piece. You're like, hey, I got 3 counters to put on. I could put them on this. You should hit that other player. Yeah, this is a great card. I'm happy for it to see some play. Notable not only will Sin eat the counters that you've put on another creature, it will also eat the age counters that you're using to track cumulative upkeep. Muti Games. That's what a weird day for you all to see Sheltering Ancient twice today. But yeah, it's a great card. All right, and then we have Dreamtide Whale, both good for proliferate, and this is 3 mana for 7 power. My experience is the downside on this card, the Vanishing 2, never happens. I've never had to sacrifice this card once to the vanishing counters getting to 0, because players are greedy and will always cast 2 spells. And even yourself, as long as you cast 2 spells on your turn, that is enough to keep it alive each rotation. But yes, this is just straight up a 3 mana 7/5 with upside. The card's crazy. We have some more untappers for a couple of different effects that we have, but like something like Voro the Hullclade is some of the stronger effects that we could have to double counters, and it does work on your spacecrafts. Mindskinner is another excellent stationer. 3 mana for 10 power. Kodama the West Tree is generically powerful card. Honestly, I don't think it's the best here because we don't have a lot of creatures that are going to be consistently modified. We have a couple, but I think this is stronger when we're guaranteed to like have multiple creatures that are modified and getting in on our opponents, and I don't know that that's happening in this deck. Unless you have, of course, Warden of the Grove on board. This is adding counters and producing bodies with Endure, or just putting more counters on. I think this is a pretty underplayed card. I like the choice of both Baloth Prime and the Watcher in the Water. These each come in with stun counters, but you can just eat all of those stun counters. It is sad that they can't be used to station anything since they enter tapped, but the upside of just immediately putting them online with Sin is great anyway. Frog Mommy Sabsunen, also I think a card that people sleep on. They have not played this much. It'll accumulate counters and draw you cards, pumping our creatures and untapping them during each player's untap step. And Danny Pink is super busted. If you all know me, you know that this card is Nadu Light, you know, but a light version of one of the most broken cards of all time. Yeah. Okay. We have ramp, and draw cards. We have interact with other players and some save our stuff cards. All right, and now our spacecrafts. So if you didn't know how this worked, when you station, you tap a creature and you put charge counters on the spacecraft equal to its power. Once it gets bigger and bigger, or once it gets more and more charge counters, then it unlocks new abilities and turns into a creature eventually, for the most part. Sometimes no. You can continue to station something well past the number that it needs, and those become counters that Sin can then eat. So, best case scenario for this deck is we get one of the early spacecrafts that we can put on the board and just start stationing. But we also have some fun ones like Millennium Calendar, which starts to rack up a ton of counters on itself, which also can be eaten by Sin. We have a couple other pieces here. Vexing Puzzle Box, also a really good one that just racks up counters to be eaten by Sin. We then have like Swiftfoot Boots, and now we have Swiftfoot Boots and Lightning Greaves. I was talking about this before on the previous deck on how haste is not always the answer to being able to make the explosive play that we want. In this deck, it is the answer because we don't have access to a lot of other ways to convert off of this giant Sin that we've played. So being able to immediately swing Flying Trample to guarantee kill a player is super important, I think. And Swiftfoot Boots and Lightning Greaves are some of the only ways to do it. Would Midnight Clock be good for this? I think Midnight Clock would be pretty fine for this. Now, granted, the Midnight Clock is likely going off before you're casting Sin, but maybe it's not, and that's just upside. But I think this is a good inclusion for this deck. So we don't have a ton of card draw. So refilling our hand at some point would be good. And while we're here, I don't think this deck is great for Inspiring Statuary. We only have 20 artifacts, and like they aren't on average particularly low costed. I think will be just better to have a rock that gets counters. Enchantments, the Helix Pinnacle is very funny. As far as efficiency for the deck, I don't think it's good. Because you're paying mana for all of these counters. But for style points, keep this. This is great. I love this. Well Rested is really nice here. This puts 2 counters on a creature. You gain 2 life and you draw a card when the creature untaps. And we know that we will frequently be able to tap things for free because of Station. We have Unstoppable Plan to untap all of our stuff. We struggle for Project Purity, which I think is just here because it draws you a bunch. It's card draw. Then we have lands. All right. Etheric Amplifier. I think is a pretty reasonable suggestion here. It's a 3-mana rock that can double counters on permanents. Very solid for sure. Honestly, you could probably run this in the experience counter deck that we were looking at before. Because don't forget, it has a second ability that doubles the number of each kind of counter that you have. So before I forget, let's also add this here, because that's fun. Now, I know that Red said that he was trying to avoid some of the more common cards from like the +1/+1 counter decks. There are two that I think you should consider for this deck. One is the Ozolith. Yes, it is. This does go in every single counters deck under the sun. But this does so much for you here. Because as long as your spacecrafts have been stationed enough to become creatures, when they die, you put all of the counters, all of those charge counters onto the Ozolith. And then you don't even need to move them because they are on an artifact, and when you play Sin, it absorbs all of those counters. It is also a very cheeky way for something like Dawnsire. Or no. What am I thinking? There's something else. I don't know. I forget. But yeah, I think you should consider this anyway. It still has unique enough interactions that there's that. And then the other one is Deep Glow Skate. Double the number of each kind of counter on any number of permanents. That is just double all of your spacecraft stuff and whatever else that you've got. Like, yes, it does show up in a lot of decks that care about counters, but I think that ability is worth it. Dr. Ryan, you have also hit on one of the cards that I would suggest for this. Let's look at Loading Zone. Now, we were trying to avoid some of the more commonly played cards like Hardened Scales. This I don't see played nearly as much, and I think it's particularly fun here. The fact that it cares specifically about spacecrafts keeps it in theme, and it allows for a really, really explosive amount of counters to be added, because you can warp it in for one, and then just station everything that you've got for twice as many counters. And of course, you can always then just play it for real later. But the fact that you just get this effect for a turn for one is so good. I think Oversimplify is pretty good for this deck. We don't have a lot of ways to really control the board. Like, we don't have a lot of interaction here. Oversimplify is an exile everything, so already strong, and then each player creates a 0/0 fractal and puts counters on equal to total power creatures they control that were exiled this way. So everybody gets something back. And you might be thinking, oh no, but I don't want to give my creature a big... I want to give my opponents a big creature. But everybody gets one, so it's not great to swing them. Because everybody, everybody wants to hold back because they're like, great, if I swing this at somebody else, they will just block it so they don't take a bunch of damage, and then I am open to get hit by the third player. So oftentimes you will resolve this, and everybody just goes and does an attack, and you're like, great, that's exactly where I want to be. I have a ton of counters stacked up on my thing. Also, one of the only spacecrafts we're not running here is Extinguisher Battleship. It's expensive, sure, but if it's a spacecraft deck, you should run as many as you can. There, I think, is one other Pinnacle Warship that is, I think, just a little too mopey for this deck. But this I would definitely run because it gives us a second board wipe, and then becomes an a 10-10 flying trample, which is important and gives us one more spacecraft to station. And a Moxite refinery, I think, is pretty cool here. Remove X counters from an artifact or creature you control, and then turn them into charge counters on an artifact or +1/+1 counters on a creature. So you can just convert a bunch of the counters that you took off of a spacecraft into counters on a creature that is going to combat. Even better if you have played your loading zone this turn. But it also let me see. You can also it's any counters. It doesn't care what kind. So you can remove like the cumulative upkeep counters from this and turn those into things. I don't know if there were other. You can remove all the counters from Belath Prime or from Watcher in the Water and turn those into charge counters or +1/+1 counters. That's great. This gives you a nice intermediary game plan before you do the big sin move. You can make a threat. Tractor beam for flavor. I support that. All right. But one of the things that Red mentioned specifically that he's come here for are some cards, some deep cut cards that work well with this. This was my first thought. I absolutely want to run Body of Research in this deck. 6 mana, make a 0/0 and put counters on it equal to number of cards in your library. So this is an excellent rate for mana spent to power and toughness. And it just is counters that get eaten by Sin. So this is really good for stationing and building up charge counters, and even itself contributes a ton of counters to Sin when you play it. Is it absurd overkill? Yes, but I think that's I think we're okay with that for this deck. I think this was mentioned earlier, but Anti-Causal Vestige, really nice. You can warp this in for 4 mana, station with its 7 power, and then get still a card draw and a permanent for free. And then later on, you just play it normally. In the same vein, Starwinder, warp it in for 4, station for 7, draw a bunch of cards, then it goes to exile. Geometric Nexus. I don't think I remember what this does. What type of card is this? My eyes are not seeing this. Two-drop artifacts. Am I just... Oh, yeah. Weird. I don't know. Oh, I did see this. I think this is fine. But it does rely on my opponents doing a particular thing, because we are not that instance and sorcery heavy. And this doesn't really do anything until later. Like this goes in the same category to me as like Sun Droplet, where this will build up a good number of charge counters, but it doesn't do anything. And so I don't think, like, it's fine to play these kinds of cards, but why I think for me, I want cards that both do a thing already when you play them, and then later on contribute to the great sin. Let's see, some other creatures that I think are Wayward Swordtooth. This seems pretty great. You get an additional land drop each turn, and you have a 5/5 body to station with for 3 mana. Like, it can't attack or block, but we don't really care because we just want it to put 5 counters on a thing. Pugnacious Hammerskull is 6 power for 3 mana. Now, when it attacks, if you don't control another dinosaur, you put a stun counter on it. We don't really have other dinosaurs aside from the one that I suggested, but we're probably using this to station, and if we want to go to combat with it, that's fine. That's fine. We can still hit somebody for 6. There's even a chance that Sin eats the 1 stun counter on it. I guess that chance is pretty low, but whatever. Vantress Gargoyle I like here, 2 mana for 5 power. It can't attack unless defending player has 7 in their graveyard, and can't block unless you have 4 more in hand. But I think usually you're going to have 4 or more in hand. You'll be able to block if you don't use it to station. And players just naturally get to 7 cards in their graveyard, so this becomes a big beater in the air as well. All right, now I have 3 bits of spicy tech that are each going to get more and more cursed as we go. One is Traxos. I think this is great here. 4 mana for 7 power. And it untaps every time you cast a historic spell. So there's a possibility that we get a lot of stationing out of it. We have a good number of artifacts in the deck. Every single one of those that we play means 7 more charge counters. We also have, incidentally, like some legendary creatures. You know, this would be an artifact creature, legendary creature, legendary creature. Every single one of those untaps Traxos for more stationing. And so once I got to this point, I was like, what other things can we do that are like this? What? Colossus? Am I thinking Colossus? Is that what I want? Yes, here we go. All right, so like I said, this is going to get more and more cursed. So Phyrexian Colossus is not a good card. However, you can pay 8 life to get 8 counters. So you can just play it, station, pay 8 life, untap it, station, pay 8 life, etc. Again, this is not good, but I think it's funny. And like that's not an that's a wild play. But if you consider that that might be Dawnsire Online out of nowhere, that might be Eternity Elevator produces a crazy amount of mana out of nowhere, it might be worth it. And I did say we were going to get more and more cursed. I have one more. This also can do that thing, but instead of paying life, you're returning your lands to your hand. Because you can, it's return a land you control to its owner's hand, untap Trench Behemoth for 7 power. Also, a crazy use of your lands, but it does a similar thing where it allows you to station a whole bunch in one turn. I think I would probably not run the Trench Behemoth, but I would run the Colossus here. B Nova, what bracket is this deck? This is very definitely a bracket 2. This is very definitely bracket 2. We are we're leaning pretty heavily into a theme of spacecraft and then eating all those counters with Sin, which is certainly not the best thing that you can be doing with this card. And we're running no game changers. This I think is pretty true to a bracket 2 deck. Yeah, and we're running like some pretty awful creatures to support it. Okay. Let's go through with a couple cuts. Now that we've added a bunch of cards to this. I don't think the Shoreline Looter is here for any reason other than it's unblockable and like is a decent target once Sin goes away, but like yeah, I think we can get rid of that. This Ethereum Sculptor is fine. I think I'd rather it be just like any other mana dork, but I think I'm okay to leave that for now. Murkfiend Liege. I think you cut this card. Because, sure, we're tapping all of our stuff on our turn. And so untapping it means, like, I guess we don't get attacked. But I don't know. Like, are we really the biggest target? I'm okay with leaving like a creature untapped. I think if Station was instant speed and we could get extra use out of it, I would keep this kind of stuff. But I'm cutting Murkfiend Liege and I'm cutting Unstoppable Plan. I think we can cut Bankbuster. I don't know what this is here for. It doesn't like accumulate counters. Its card draw is not particularly strong, and we don't want to be crewing because that like we yeah. Yeah. The Struggle for Project Purity, I think, is a fine card, especially just in general to play in bracket 2. But I don't know that we need something like this. Something, you could always replace this Return of the Wild Speaker with Lifestream's Blessing, which we talked about before. It just is the best version of this thing. Because this other mode is not super relevant to us. We don't care about going wide with +3. So I would just rather have this and be able to bolster my life total later if I felt like it. You could of course run both, but all right. We have this ramp. I don't know that I care too much about ramping past like turn 3. And if I do it, I want to do it with some synergy. I don't think that either of these do that. Open the Way, I think, is earlier on my cut list because at least Scout Shroud Claim has them come in untapped, so you can continue to develop on that turn. But like, we curve out pretty decently. We want our early plays to be putting something stupid on board like this. And following up with a spacecraft. The Adapt Mana Dork. Yeah, I think like something like that is fine. Yeah, I would like replace Ethereum Sculptor with either Incubation Druid or Gyre Sage. Let's see. By the cards, yeah, Captain Mal. This is a very thematic deck where Sin comes in and eats all of the counters off of all of your spacecrafts. So the creatures are a little all over the place because we want some ramp, but we also want creatures that have big power and toughness for little cost. And we want untappers to be able to use them multiple times. Oh right, yeah. So I think we're also cutting this Kodama the West tree. Because I don't think our creatures actually end up with like they don't consistently end up with counters on themselves. You need something like Malcolm or Warden of the Grove, and I don't think that happens enough in this deck. All right, well, we're 7 cards over right now. Six dead cards. I mean, there's probably more than that. This is bracket 2. We are leaning into a theme, but isn't there another dino similar to Wayward Swordtooth? 3 mana ramp with good power. That's ringing a bell, but I don't know. The Hedge Dino. Oh yeah. What was that called? Topiary. Thank you. Let's look at that. So, I mean, this is also fine. It's not quite as efficient, but I think you run this over other ramp. Is there things that we can cut? Yeah, like I like that better than like Midnight Clock, although we probably want to run like this is fine to be in the deck, but yeah, I like it better than that. I think both of these are good. We keep those. Yeah. Oh, also, I think this Owaka is like, I I don't think there are enough good ways to like put counters on things early. It needs more Eldrazi. I don't think it needs more Eldrazi. This is a good thought, but I don't think it actually does what we're looking for here. All right, we're at like 107 here. Oh, as much as it pains me, I think we cut Danny Pink here. There just aren't enough ways to put counters on creatures consistently, which I said for some other stuff. Especially since red is trying to stay away from the more common like +1/+1 counter cards, and that's really where Danny shines. We're at 106. Trying to cut Bygone. I considered Bygone Colossus here. I did. The reason I did not include it. So let's take a look at this. Bygone Colossus. So you can warp it in for 3, and you get to station for 9 from it. But to me, that is not as good as being able to station for 6 every turn for the same cost. We are never casting this. We never cast this card. So all it serves is what this reads is 3 mana sorcery, add 9 counters to something. And so I decided that I don't think is good enough compared to any creatures that we actually keep on the board to do the same thing. Six cards to cut. Yeah, I definitely mathed wrong because I somehow ended up with way more cards that I added than I cut out of this deck. I think it's because there were a couple good suggestions that I also added in. Yeah. I don't know, this Secure Tribe Elder is actually kind of weak here. Like, it does provide you with a single station. Let's do this. Let's give it a play test. See if we run into anything that we feel is disappointing. This seems like a great opening hand. Draw Forest Birds. Draw Island Clock. This goes to 4. Draw. Forest. Like, this is a good setup, but we don't have a spacecraft. Because we can play Traxxas for 4, it comes in tapped, and then we cast Lava Spur Boots, and it untaps. Oh. Alright, so here's turn 4. Let's say we like swing with Traxos, play Watcher in the Water to untap it. That still leaves us like Arcane Denial mana, or we can Lava Spur Boot something. But Midnight Clock is about to go off. So I think we just like spend the Arcane Denial at some point. We draw a card. Midnight Clock gets exiled. Draw for the turn. Alright, so this is turn 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. That's tough. I think I'm happy here to just like Lifestream's Blessing on the like end step of my opponent before me to draw 9. And then untap, draw. Alright, so this is turn 6, so I'm not going to fish past this, but we can go 4 mana for a Seed Chip. Or, sorry, 3 mana. Tap Traxos. So it is now a creature. Put boots on this spacecraft. You have 3 mana left. You could play like Ireth, untaps Traxos, put 7 more counters on this. Go to combat, swing, use this to put Phyrexian Colossus on board. Right, because this was my last 3 mana. And that means next turn, we could do a very stupid sin. Because, yeah, like, you know, we pitch a bunch of lands. You know, on this turn, for every 8 mana that, or for every 8 life that we pay, we can get 16 sin counters. And we have the haste. That's pretty great. Okay. Let's try that again. All right, we not keep that hand. This is fine if we hit a land, but we have like a couple turns to do it. Draw, command tower. Turn 2, Vantress Gargoyle. Turn 3, never didn't have it. Play this, play Topiary Stomper. All right. Turn 4. You can go Midnight Clock, 3 visits. Forget what. Yeah. Find a breeding pool tapped. All right, this is turn 5. We've struggled to get the spacecrafts, which makes sense because there's not actually a lot of them, but that is like a vital part of the plan. So this is at 4. Yeah, what does this look like when we actually... Oh, perfect. Okay, let's play this hand. Draw, springs, I think I'll just cycle this for a breeding pool. Draw. Play a breeding pool. Play a mana dork. Turn 3. We can play this Baloth Prime. We set the counters to 6. On our next turn, it'll go to 5. We'll actually draw a card from Bugenhagen since we do have a creature that's 10 power. And then draw for turn. All right, this is turn 4. Turn 4, let's do like Vexing Puzzle Box, Wormwall Sleeper. We have 1 mana left. This will get some number of counters onto it. We'll Surveil 2. Definitely don't need this. We don't have things to actually tap right now, so we'll get rid of this. All right, draw turn 5. So turn 5, we can have like a kind of crappy Sin, I guess. It'll eat 4 counters here. Hi, Scoop. And like, let's, some number of counters here. Like, it's not terrible. Oh, we should have drawn another card. I think probably better is like Watcher in the Water, or Midnight Clock and then Watcher in the Water, and then set up for the big Sin turn next turn. We draw 2 because of Bugenhagen. Play a land. Yeah, I think that works out a lot better. Okay. Let me do one more. We don't keep that hand. Oh, okay. This is, I think, not a crazy start, but we have a big creature we drop early. Gargoyle. And then on turn 3, we have a spacecraft. Put 5 counters on this. This is the start that I wanted to see. All right, turn 4, we play a Soul Ring. We station this up to 10. Swing this. Play Vorel for free. Well, you know what? Actually, I think before we swing this, I will play another spacecraft to draw 2 and discard to see if I get something better. Nope. Right, because that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we swing this. We get a free Vorel of the Hull Clade. This was tapped. Tap Vorel, add a counter. All right, so here's our turn 5. We can just play the Sin now, eat 11 counters. Or I guess eat more than that. Eat 16 counters, but we would not have the haste for it. We don't have a lot more. We don't have much else going on. Like, this is not even going to give us a creature. Like, I think I would just slam this at this point. Eat a bunch of counters. Use this to station this again. And then pass the turn. And I'm okay with that. Like, if they blow this up, they blow this up. We play it again. Because then its counters will go into, like, Vantress Gargoyle, which starts hitting people. That's great. This is some good bracket 2 fun. I appreciate this. What a fantastic concept. Yeah, I don't know what these last 6 cuts would be, if I'm being totally honest. I think it'd be hard to go wrong. But yeah, this is great. This is great. I really love this. I really love this concept. Even I do wish that I could ask Red right now if what came first, the idea for the deck or the deck name, because this definitely seems like one that I would have thought of the stupid name first and be like, all right, well, I have to build this deck now. All right. Well, as always, if anybody feels inspired to do so, you can head to the link in the bottom other corner there for our Ko-fi to add deck text to the lineup for today. But since we've reached the end of the ones that we have available, I'm going to build some decks. I don't know what I still need to build for the show. Let me see. So those are finished. Those are finished. I did the 11s, I believe. 2, 3, 4. Yeah. All right. I'm going to talk about some that I would like to build. Here's one that I really want to build. The new Kratos is, whew, that's my kind of mono red card. some of you might have seen, yes, the reddest red to ever read. Clearly some of you have seen my short on it. This is just so much. Double strike, haste everything, and hey, you all better be attacking or I'm gonna deal damage to you. So I think that's on. I also want to build Jaws, another mono red commander that they've spoiled for the upcoming Secret Lair drop. Trample and haste, makes blood tokens, and pings everybody when any non-creature artifacts are sacrificed or destroyed, yours or your opponent's. Like they've been crushing it on the mono red designs. There was some Spider-Man stuff that I wanted to build as well. I don't remember what the set name for Spider-Man is. I wanted to build also mono red that I have not touched yet, Electro. Oh yeah, I want to build the Hydra Man clones deck. This is another one that I talked about on the shorts for the channel. I think the Hydra Man clones deck is really funny and also good because you continue to clone it, and those clones then become lands, so you are able to hit people on your turn and then untap them all and have a bunch of blue mana available to interact on everybody else's turns. Okay, yeah, I think there was that. What else got spoiled from the Secret Lair stuff? Because that's what's the set name for Secret Lair? Does anybody know? Because that's the only way to search it, which is, I think, one of the few things that I wish like that Scryfall did was separate those. But like, I don't know how you would do that. It's so difficult. SLD, thank you. Yeah, I was not as inspired by like some of these. Yeah, the Kratos is great. We saw the Kratos and Atreus deck today. I think Nathan Drake is also like interesting, but maybe better in the 99 of some other decks. Yeah. Yeah, big old PlayStation crossover. Alloy is like fine. Oh yeah, this card was super interesting. Jin Sakai, Ghost of Tsushima. Your Esper hit each player with one creature kind of archetype. And I'm pretty confident that those PlayStation ones will make it onto decked out. The Hydra Man is probably more of a personal deck. Um, yeah. So what are you all feeling right now? I don't. Can I make a poll? I don't know how to do this. I know I'm the streamer, but how do I? Ghost of Tsushima is just slightly different Kami's though, but I think the differences are significant. Uh. Okay. All right. Started a poll. Feel free to vote on what you think we should build today. Would like to see Electro. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna build Electro right now, just because it is a deck that is unlikely to make it onto decked out. Because there's really only one way to play that thing. And it does I don't think it makes for an editing nightmare for sure. I think I will probably build it at some point, but I don't know. But yeah. Poll, vote, vote, vote. We've only got 2 votes right now. And according to those 2 votes, we're going mono red something. Let's see. All right, Kratos with the tiniest of leads right now. Make a non-green land ramp deck. I made a very fun Boros one. I like that red has gotten some more like land ramp-ish stuff, but in the style of red, where you either get it temporarily, like what's his face from Final Fantasy, or you get it in other like other temporary ways. Trends. These are real. Oh crap. These are real cards. Yes, they are not coming out Later this year, I think. But yeah, all real cards. I closed the poll too early, but yes, it looks like it's Kratos. End of this month? Yeah, cool. All right, I gotta get on those. Um, all right, this is Kratos, God of War. All right. Right, so here's what we're working with. 3 mana, 2/3, double strike. All creatures have haste, and end of each player's turn deals damage equal to the number of creatures that player controls that didn't attack. Old Napkin Eye, appreciate that resub. Thank you. Okay. So we we are obviously trying to go fast. Kratos can hit pretty hard if we were to boost it because of double strike. We have to be careful because we're giving everything haste, but that we want everybody to have creatures and be able to attack with them. Gotta have the enchantment that says creatures can't block. You're thinking Bedlam. Bedlam, creatures can't block. I think this is a consideration for the deck, but I don't know that we actually need it. Because personally, I would prefer stuff like Disrupt Decorum. So I'm okay if they get blocked. I just don't want them coming my way. This card has significantly overperformed for me recently, so I'm a big supporter of this. But let's start off. Let me. I know some of you have seen the video that I put out where I said that actually mono red is very good, but we are not thinking mono redly enough about it. And so I'm gonna, as we build this, talk through a little bit of what I mean there, because eventually I am planning on doing a full deck, or not a full deck, a full video on why this is good. So I'm gonna put in some cards that I think are pretty essential for this. I wish this would default to not that version. There we go. And then I'm going to explain why these and why not some other ones. got some of that. What is Guild? I think it's Guild Artisan. Okay, so let's talk. First of all, I'm going to talk about these three together: Guild Artisan, Scepter of Eternal Glory, Throne of Eldraine. Mono red wants to be spending a lot of it wants to be spending mana on its turn, but it doesn't want to spend mana to spend mana later, if that makes sense. So like you actually don't really want to ramp in mono red. You want to be playing relevant cards on every turn, because every turn that you spend playing a mana rock and passing is tempo wasted. These, however, are these three in particular, I think do it well enough that you're okay with it. So Guild Artisan, your commander, when they attack the player with the opponent with the most life, you make 2 treasures. So this pays back pretty quickly, especially with Kratos. You can go Guild Artisan on turn 2, Kratos on turn 3, swing it, and immediately get those treasures back. But these allow you to stack up treasures for a big play later in the game. This also is likely producing 2 treasures every turn. This, I think, is a really important card for mono red in general because of what it does. And then these two have a similar thing. Uh-oh. Am I frozen here? Okay, yeah, I think everybody was. I think it was just a Moxfield glitch. Okay, then Scepter of Eternal Glory and Throne of Eldraine are just these are reasons to play monocolored decks. Period. Because both of these allow you to jump ahead on mana without wasting your tempo. Because Scepter of Eternal Glory is 4 mana that produces 3 if you're in monocolor. Throne of Eldraine, 5 mana to produce 4, again, if you are in monocolor. So you are only spending 1 less mana doing a relevant thing on your turn to then have that much more mana every other turn of the game. These are hugely, hugely important for this. Let's talk about 2 other cards here. Kazul and Urabrask. Urabrask here, does Thran Dynamo also fit, or is that too many? Thran Dynamo, not as much, because it's only making colorless mana. The fact that these make colored pips is a big, big difference. Especially like considering that we have a commander that's like 3 red pips, that a lot of your strongest monocolor cards are going to be spending colored pips in that color. The difference that these makes is very big. Thran Dynamo is like a tier below for sure. Yeah, Urabrask and Kazul. Urabrask, let's ignore the fact that Kratos already gives everything haste, but as far as mono red goes, this card opens the way for the rest of the game as long as it stays on board, allowing you to get in for damage essentially a turn faster because your opponent's stuff can't block immediately and because you have haste. Honestly, it's like 2 turns faster. This increases your clock by a lot. And sure, all things die to removal, but this card, since it hastes itself as well, means you're probably getting in for something with it. And it itself is not really the threat. It is a piece that makes everything else a threat. Kazul is also... So, like... I mentioned this in the Kratos video, but a lot of players trying to build mono red are like, okay, now I need to compensate for the weaknesses of this deck. And one of the weaknesses for mono red in general that people perceive needs to be adjusted is, well, I want to attack with everything every turn. That means I'm open. Who cares? Be open. If you're playing an aggressive deck like this, then you should be hitting players for more than they are hitting you back for. And you should be making players afraid to retaliate. Kratos does a nice job of this by itself, because you're like, great, I'm sending everything into combat. My stuff's hitting really hard. Then those other players are like, okay, I could hit you back, but the other player's creatures are hasted, which means that I both risk getting hit by the other opponents and by getting hit by the Kratos player, who then untaps and says, great, did you tapped your creatures? Those can't block now. Kazul is a really good option, because let's look at other cards that people have considered as ways to compensate for this, like Crawl Space or Ensnaring Bridge. This is 3 mana, do nothing. Bleh. Yeah, it does kind of compensate for the weakness of this. I'm not going to get attacked for with as many things. But I have not done anything to my board at all. And I can totally compensate for this simply by the way that I play, as opposed to the cards that I'm playing. I don't want this at all. But Kazul is a big body that I get to put on the board. It says, hey, you are welcome to attack me. I just get to make a bunch of creatures instead. So much better. You can even use this as a political tool. If somebody has some creatures on the board, you can say, can you please attack me with those so that I can murder this other player on my turn? Let's talk about Vincent. And the video I put out today talks about this concept of my commander dealing damage to other players. I really like this as a way to even the playing field for red. We should add Kedis in here. This allowing your commander to do damage to everybody. Vincent also doing the same thing of, hey, when this hits, it hits everybody. You've got a lot of damage that you need to deal as the aggro player. So, yes, like, these effects are really important. Let's start fleshing this deck out. We're running Slicer. We're running Alexios. This thing getting haste makes it so much scarier, and the fact that you get to pass this around the table, yeah, this is the vibe we're going for with this. I added Varchild as well. I think in general, this is a solid concept for Mono Red. You want players to play into your game plan. You want to make it enticing for them to also be lowering each other's life totals. And this is giving players creatures to work with that are really only useful for hitting each other, since they can't attack you and they can't block. This is particularly good for Kratos. There is the there is a Crow and Horse, which I don't think is quite good enough. Because you give this away to one opponent only, and then it produces 1/1s for that player's opponents. But it's only it's not enough to me. Like, this is 4 mana. An opponent can get rid of this. I think this is pretty weak. If all of our stuff is hasted, it's a Tali time. This card just this is a card that actually wants haste. This is not Survivor rotation, but you can definitely play it right now and swing immediately. I like Clive here. I'm not concerned about too much card draw in this, but this will draw you quite many cards. Even just Clive and Kratos by itself is draw 5. Wild. There's also like the Magical Christmas Land play where the game has gone long. You have Kratos on board, you play Clive and activate its ability in the same turn, which then flips it to Ifrit, which fights something and is still hasted. Boom, boom, boom. Here, we definitely need a Combat Celebrant. This getting haste is pretty significant. What about Gornog? Gornog, the Coward Maker. So this is when one or more warriors you control attack a creature, attack a player, you make one of their creatures a coward, and then your stuff gets buffed by it. I think we can circle back to this. This is decent for what we're trying to do here. Oh yeah, let's add in some staples. Here's a Professional Facebreaker. We are certainly going to be swinging at all players each turn. Here's a Ragavan. Having this opening hand is just so strong. If we're interested in Combat Celebrant, are we interested in Karlach? I mean, probably. It's the thing is, Combat Celebrant definitely likes haste a lot better. Karlach doesn't care because it's whenever you attack, period. But we're probably interested in both of these. Oh, I guess I'll note here. Ancient Copper Dragon is very good for this deck, but I'm not going to add it because it's $100. But if you got one, you would definitely run this here. Bloodthirster, however, I will certainly add. This getting haste is pretty huge. Neheb the Eternal, yes. Definitely Neheb. This is a similar idea to... we want to be able to make... We need more mana to go fast, but we don't want to not develop our board. Neheb is a perfect example of... I'm going to put a relevant creature onto the board, and it's going to produce me a bunch of mana to use. I think this is perfect for this deck. I think we probably want a life of the party here. Again, we want our opponents playing our game of hitting each other. This works particularly well if we have like Varchild on board, because this gets pumped equal to the number of creatures that the controller has. This probably also wants Goldspan, blah, blah, blah. We've talked about this many times. It produces mana and lets you develop. Oh yeah, we got to get that Kratos World at War in. We like extra combats. Now I talked about this also a little bit, that a lot of people complain that mono red does not have a lot of ways to deal with things on the board. That's true. Very true. But I don't care. My way to deal with permanents on the board is by shooting you in the face. So the thing that you should keep in mind when using your removal in red is that you don't get a lot of cards that deal with your problems. Save them until it is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, just keep hitting people. That's it. We should... Ruby Medallion is good. That's a good enough rock for us. I'm probably not playing any rocks at all, other than like Soul Ring. This is, I guess Arcane Signet is fine here, but I don't think I want more than that. Um, Untimely Malfunction is just an excellent card. Um, this is 3 relevant modes for us. Kill an artifact, change target so people aren't removing our relevant creatures, and making one or two things not block is very important. Sometimes your attacks are bad simply because of 1 or 2 creatures. And this mode honestly is much more relevant than you might think. Oh yeah, we need our friend Sundering Eruption. Making everything not block is pretty good. This is. I think I don't play a lot of this card, only because it comes with a pretty hefty price tag, and I don't have one. But this also would be really good here. I would not play a lot of these things, but what you get out of this for the cost is kind of absurd. I think I'm also going to build this as bracket 2. You all know what you would add if we bump this up a racket. You just go, cool, Jessica's Will, Deflecting Swat, One Ring, Gamble, Ancient Tomb, Moxes. We don't need whatever. Um, um, is Rose good here? Yeah, I think this is pretty good here. Um, I'm becoming more and more a supporter of running Simian Spirit Guide and Elvish Spirit Guide in your decks, even at lower brackets, because a single free mana like this is especially for mono red, it makes a big difference. And yeah, sure, these cards get played all the way up through every bracket, but it's because the value of 1 mana changes the higher that you move up. So that scales, but I think you should also play them for these brackets. I'm gonna have to circle back to Fear of Missing Out. I don't know that we consistently get Delirium enough for it to really be what I want here, but oh, Kotaf, would I put Karn the Betrayer in this deck? I don't think so. I don't think I would put Karn the Betrayer in this because it also gives opponents card advantage. Let's take a look at that. Karn the Betrayer. So 4 mana for a 5/1, must attack. When you lose control of Karn, you draw 2 cards. And you lose control of it by anybody blocking. If this trampled or something, it'd be fine. But all this really does is go swing, somebody chumps it, and everybody else starts drawing cards, I'm not as hot on it. Hello, Warlock. Comes with Sulfuric Vortex. Yeah, I wish this did more. This is beginning of each player's upkeep. They take 2 damage and then no life gain. I think this needs to be like 1 mana for me to play this. We're going to run a Return the Favor because this card does everything. But it also has some added functionality where we can have the Kratos trigger. We can double that if we want. So we always have something pretty relevant for it. I'm trying to decide on Bolt Bend because our commander does not turn on Bolt Bend. Like, I'll definitely be running whatever the new one is. Redirect Lightning. Like, this for sure. Oh, you know what's... I think I mentioned this before, but this card has been increasingly more and more, like... This card is just significantly overperformed for me. Split Second is a hell of an ability. This combo breaks because you can hit artifacts that people are trying to use to combo, and they can't respond. It allows you to save a creature from like from damage by giving it the +2 buff. It's really nice just like in combat as well. Being able to give Kratos +3 and trample on top of its double strike. Real good. Oh yeah, Mana Geyser is a must. Oh yeah, we need to seize the spotlight. This is another one that I'm like is becoming more and more of a staple for me. It just this again does so much for 3 mana. Like let's say if everybody chooses Fortune because they want to keep their creatures, then for 3 mana you've made 3 treasures and drawn 3 cards. And then in this deck, any creature that you steal, great. You're happy to be sending that into combat. Would Electro help in this at all? I don't think so. We're not casting a lot of instants and sorceries. He's not the best attacker, and I don't think we're gonna have an abundance of red mana. What else do I want here? Shadow Spear, I think if you got it, go for it. Also comes with a pretty hefty price tag. The lifelink is pretty nice here since Kratos is final ability is also dealing damage to players. I think I will include this in the deck because it is pretty significant. And that ability to lose hexproof and indestructible, I'm sure all of you have found is pretty good. Oh, duh. This was one that I... that I mentioned in the video. Mjolnir Stormhammer is so good. So good here. Warlock. Oh, ooh, you got. We talked about crawl space earlier and how that's not a mono red mindset. We don't need a crawl space here. We just, if they want to hit us, they can hit us. Mjolnir Stormhammer. So we get a free equip to Kratos. Kratos swings. We tap an opponent's creature and stun it. We deal damage equal to tap creatures, which is probably a lot if they swung all of those because of to not take damage from Kratos' ability. And then that creature is stunned, so that's at least 1 damage they'll take on the next turn from Kratos' ability. I think we can run Dolmen Gate here. This is also one of these I'm a little, I'm on the fence about, because it is 2 mana that is kind of a do nothing, because our attacks should be really good. So actually, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna put that in the sideboard, and we're gonna come back to that, because hopefully we don't even need that. All right. Reaver Cleaver, we give him +1 trample and make a bunch of treasures for double strike. I am actually been lower and lower on Reaver Cleaver recently. Because that is a lot of mana to spend before having to swing. Like, sure, it does pay you back a lot of mana, but the fact that it is not its own body, similar to like Neheb, this feels slow. If you can get it going, it's excellent. But I think that's another one we come back to. Yeah, I mean, the auto attach equipment is pretty solid, but I honestly just want creatures. The more things that I can use to hit players with, the better. Because at a certain point, somebody's gonna board wipe, and I think that's another thing that players think is a weakness of mono red. Is they're like, well, you have nothing, you have no way to compensate for a board wipe, and you're like, yeah, because it's not important. I am expecting at some point some other player will go, all right, we got to shut this down, and they will board wipe. By that point, you should have done a bunch of damage, and then you start playing more things that do damage. That's it. Don't expect to keep your board around, and don't worry about compensating for it. Like Spectacular Showdown, yeah, I think if the big version was cheaper, I'd be okay with it. but it being what 3 more mana to overload than like Disrupt Decorum, or 2 more than Maximum Carnage. The double strike is nice, but it's a lot of mana. Balefire Dragon seems too expensive. I don't hate it since we're hasting it. Honestly. Where did you go, Balefire Dragon? Oh, it's wow. It's literally this. I guess it was the retro border. My brain was not processing. I don't hate it. I think this will also be a let's reconsider later. But yeah, we really want to be like, let's do as much damage as possible early until somebody says that's enough. And then we need cards that help us to finish the game out because players have taken a bunch of damage. Oh, this is an excellent Curse of Opulence deck. Steel Hellkite. I think Steel Hellkite's okay, but the fact that you also are gonna have to then pay for this ability, I think makes it not as interesting to me. Earthquake. I think that's a lot better if we know we can produce big mana. But I think we will struggle with something like that. We won't quite be doing enough damage. Close quarters. Is that another no attacky thing? Because I don't think we want any of those. Creature you control becomes blocked, deals 1 damage. Oh, okay, that's not bad. I don't think we're gonna be going quite wide enough for this to get good value for 4 mana, but I like that suggestion. All right, so we're at 44 right now. We definitely need some earlier creature plays. Because I think we're not going to be really ramping too much aside from individual cards, but we really want to be setting things up on turns 1 and 2. I need some more suggestions for 1 and 2 drops that are relevant here. That is I think the most important thing for this deck currently. I've never been disappointed in an Inti. I think that's a good one. You know what? Let's cheat a little. So red commander, mana value less than 3, type creature, let's just see what people are playing. So we're gonna sort this by EDH rec rank. And because sometimes there's just stuff that I'm like not thinking of. Yeah, Dockside, sick. Loyal Apprentice. Yes, yes, yes. That's a perfect example of what we're looking for. Yeah, Inti, Loyal Apprentice. I don't. Maybe Magda. Maybe not. Lizard Blade's not bad. It's okay. Oh, Steamkin, baby. This is another card that I need to get a couple copies of for myself. Maybe Grenzo. Pilferer might actually be decent here. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Give me Generous Plunderer. I love this card. I think this is exactly the kind of like this card does so many things. So it's like it's a 2 mana for a 2/2 with Menace, which is already solid. Then it ramps you because you get an untapped treasure at your upkeep. You give an opponent a tapped treasure, so they can't use it right away, but they will untap soon. But you can use that as a political tool, or you can just give it to the player who's not you're not worried about getting a treasure, and then it hits hard because it deals damage equal to the number of artifacts they control. Yeah. The haste makes it very interesting. Which Powerpuff Girl would you make as a commander or villain? Uh, I mean, you all just saw me dress up as a lobster, so I would take a him card. Ooh, Reckless Barbarian, also card I think is super underrated. Um, so like it's a body uh that the like on rate 2 mana for a 2/2. Sometimes you just need more creatures to be attacking, and then later on when this is not relevant, you say, great, here's my Atali, 2 mana faster. How will this deck deal with having a lot of smaller creatures needing to go through big blockers later in the game when playing against decks with a higher mana curve that ramps more? This. This. These are your answers to those things, because pretty much every deck like maybe not like a mono blue or something, is going to get to a point where their creatures, like they're able to put single creatures down that are bigger or that they can go wider. They just can't go faster. So you put in cards like this that will ensure that you get some attacks through. The other way, depending on the deck, like this one is very combat focused, so those are your best answers. Other decks, other like mono red decks would use something like Perforos or Impact Tremors. Goblin War Driver. Oh, this is pretty solid. I I don't know that we are wide enough for this, but I will add that to the come back and consider it. Yeah, a considerate is pretty good. Are there any worthwhile evasion or buff cards that could help later on? Eh. So I think our biggest thing will be not worrying about later on. All right, I need the one drops. Tricky part is not a lot of these help a ton. Actually, I'm running a Hope of Gear per here. I think this is actually a good call. Because this helps to compensate for one of the other things that you were worried about. You can actually preemptively stop a board wipe with this. You're like, oh, control player, cool. Haste, swing, hit you, sack. And if they have to spend a card to stop that, incredible. Norin. Is it more important for your one drops to have haste or to have something usable later? Definitely have something that's usable later. The haste is not super important. I would rather be I want something that if it is later in the game and I draw it, I'm like, oh, okay, this is actually useful. Hope of Garapor is good on turn one and it is good later in the game, knowing that we can haste it and swing in. Ragavan is a little bit tougher. The amount of advantage you get if you play it on turn one is really good, and hopefully we can play some more things that allow us to get in. The Ragavan is definitely better here since we're more likely to get through on players because they are encouraged to turn their stuff sideways. Oh, Heartfire Hero is also super underrated. Do we have ways to make this bigger consistently? I don't think so. Okay, I think we probably pause on the one drops for now. Insolent Neonate. It's not awful. Isn't there? There's like a new one too, right? The Spider-Man one. It's the cat. Yeah, some is it just Spider Cat? It's something cat. No, maybe it's not something cat. Masked Meower. Wow. Is it any good for this? Haste, discard a card, sack the creature, draw a card. The Menace is probably more useful. I will consider this. All right, we're at 52 cards. I think a little bit. Uh, hmm. 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 I think we probably run Wild Magic Surge here since it is one of our only other ways to deal with like enchantments. It is dangerous for sure, but hey, that's why we're playing red. Good timing. What are my other can't block options? Coronation of Chaos, not bad. Barrage of Boulders allows us to do it for 3 mana. That's not the worst. Ooh. All right. Both of these are 2 mana for that effect, which is pretty efficient. Give me a everything can't block. This is an instant. Ruthless Invasion, is that the enchantment? Non-artifact creatures can't. There's so many artifacts these days, you know? This is funny. Magistrate's Veto, white and blue creatures can't block. Hi Nerd Girl, we're building Kratos God of War since I I think we will be playing a lot of the PlayStation cards on the show at some point, and this is I think my most requested uh deck build on the on shorts, so it'll allow me to make another one saying, "Hey, I built the deck." Doing anti venom first. Did you see the decked up episode where we played Spider Man? Because Nerd Girl played anti venom. Yes, I'm very hungry, and we'll take whatever you are willing to get. Hmm. Oh my god. Unix intrigues. That is yikes. But the card is actually pretty good for what we're looking at. Okay, so we don't have great options here. This is the kind of thing that I would like to see more of from Wizards is like red cards that open players up for attacks. So what are our best options here? I like Falter. Yeah, Mr. Hammer Issues is actually like doing decent right now. You can still see you see a bunch of this way, a bunch of the fuzziness here, but I think it's just because we don't have our full light set up here. Yeah, the 2-mana options are pretty good. Or this Barrage of Boulders also 1 damage to each creature you don't control, which solves the problem of like the go wide decks that are chump blocking our stuff by itself, but then also Ferocious, nothing can block. I think that's high up on my list. I'm trying not to spend more than 3 mana for this effect. Yeah, I like the Barrage of Boulders option. Nobody sees the Barrage of Boulders coming. I wonder... This is probably not quite worth it. So we can tap a creature on our turn for free. We can tap it on an opponent's turn for 1 to make them take a damage from Kratos. And then we can sack to draw a bunch of cards. But I don't think this quite does enough. Still need to figure out this early drops issue. So 2 drops I think I'm pretty confident with. I think I'd run a Bomat Courier here. What is card advantage in this deck? It's not important. We're not card advantaging. This is another one of the the not mono red enough things that I want to talk about a little bit more in depth at some point. Is that red doesn't need the card advantage. And what little it does need, where we need what's its face? Oh my god. Light up the stage. That card advantage I'm pretty good with. Yeah, high tempo, and as long as we have a few cards, we're good. You just want to make sure that those cards are impactful. Stadium Headliner is not bad. Although it's funny. So, all right, I want to point this out. So, Stadium Headliner, mobilize when it attacks creep, tapped and attacking 1/1 that you sacrifice at the next end step. Kratos, at the beginning of each player's end step, it deals damage to that player equal to the number of creatures that the player controls. It didn't attack this turn. It's funny, that token that is created by mobilize did not attack. So you have to resolve your sacrifice first before Kratos. Otherwise, you take a damage for that token. Because it came into play tapped and attacking. It was never declared as an attacker and therefore did not attack. Silly Magic rules. But yeah, this I think is a good 1-drop. Gets in a little bit of damage early. And then later on is removal. I might also run the Phoenix chick. I could see like Goldhound maybe. Maybe Legion Loyalist. I think somebody mentioned this before. Dragon's Rage Channeler is... I wonder if this is just worth it, even though we're not playing a lot of non-creature spells. I think the answer is yes, this card is busted. Because then it turning into a 3/3 flyer is a big deal. Harrogast. I don't think we need Harrogast here because we're not really ramping into anything big. Like we have got a couple things that are like 6. We have 3 creatures that are 6 mana. Is there like haste synergy? I think also Price of Progress is a good one to be playing in mono red. Period. There are not a lot of burn spells that scale well for Commander, but this is one of them. All right, we're looking at 60 cards right now. Let me start putting a mana base together, and then we will like test this out and adjust as needed. Nykthos seems good here. I think this is this is a tough sell because of the cost, but we'll run Arena of Glory because we probably don't need the haste, but if Kratos dies, we have a lot of things that care about being hasted, like Itali. Castle Embreth seems pretty free. Sokenzan also free. I mean, I imagine we run Valakut. How am I dragging cards over? Because I have them open on a different screen. Like, especially for lands, I'm happy to use EDH Rec because, like, there are a ton of different spells that you can put in different decks, but, like, the lands that are relevant, this just takes a lot off of my brain. Yeah, like, we probably want a War Room. Hello, Doctor. Shatter Skull Smashing. Oh, Forbidden Orchard is very cute. Is Forbidden Orchard worth it here? I think no, unfortunately. That's very cute, but not worth it. We definitely run a Pinnacle Monk here. If I could type. Because some of our spells are very relevant. Any more lands that, like, give us a little incidental card draw? I think that is what I'm looking for. Like, that's reasonable for this. I don't think so. Not like in the way that I'm looking for. This probably does just want a Rogue's Passage, though. Actually, Access Tunnel. Access Tunnel makes Kratos unblockable. We got like 3 cards left. All right, let's run this through the playtester. Let's see what we're looking like. I'm not gonna run the Soul Ring because we all know that makes the deck work. But yeah, this seems fine. Okay, draw turn 1. Play Castle Embreth tapped. Draw. Play a mountain. Play. Loyal Apprentice will start making 1/1s next turn, but Inti means that we can put a counter onto Kratos. Go with the Loyal Apprentice. Draw turn 3. Bolt in this Pinnacle Monk. Drop Kratos, make a 1/1. Swing this, and a Thopter. That is a good time. Draw turn 4. Never didn't have it. Turn 4 we got options. I think actually what I do here is I'll play Inti, go to combat, put a counter here, discard. That's a tough discard. Because like Maximum Carnage Bedlam is kind of hot. I think we'll be ambitious and pitch the Return the Favor. Exile, hey, and that's why we didn't play that land. Because then turn 4... oh, we have another one of these. Put the Bedlam on board. We probably take some damage, but then we untap, play a land, and we have the option of Maximum Carnage, take an extra combat, or Goldspan Dragon. It's pretty good. This is only one land. That is rough. But I guess Curse of Opulence kind of gets us out of this. I think I would. I'm gonna take this hand and be really disappointed that we don't hit the land, but fine. Hey, never didn't have it. Turn 1, Stadium Headliner. Turn 2, Curse of Opulence. Swing at that player with Stadium Headliner. Make a gold. Sack the gold for Generous Plunderer. Turn 3, make a treasure from the Plunderer. Sokenzan. We really have 5 mana here because of swing with Curse of Opulence. Oh man, yeah, the Curse of Opulence and Generous Plunderer also, ooh, beautiful. We have so many good options here. I mean, we probably just get Kratos on the board, swing, sack the treasure and the gold to play Reckless Barbarian. And then turn 4, remake the treasure. We can drop Atali here. Turn 4 Atali. Or Urabrask. Yeah, this deck is pretty hot. Let's try one more playtest. Okay, turn 1. Headliner. Turn 2. Sear Slicer. Swing. Make a goblin. Turn 3. Kratos. Swing some stuff. Let's say our goblin probably dies. We remake a goblin. Turn 4. A little awkward. Yeah, that's tough. Mershi, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hey, Targ. All right, I think I am on board for Dolmen Gate. I think I actually kind of want a Seething Song here. Oh, it's all good. I didn't have one from you for today, all right? You only missed the other deck techs. I don't think I had one from you today. Headliner Scarlet. Oh, right. That's... I don't remember exactly what this does, but... Creature's target player controls can't block this turn. Nice. Why didn't I, That's weird. Why didn't this come up? Oh, because I hit non-creature. Yeah. Definitely like this suggestion. I'm trying to decide what's the card that I'm thinking of from Connect the Dots. I think I'm running Connect the Dots here. Because this is a pretty low investment of 2 mana. Whenever a creature you control attacks, period, you exile a top card of your library face down, and then later on you can pay 2 and pitch your hand to get all those cards. Not sure what I'm cutting here. Let's see, not that. Get rid of Soul Ring. Is this still a playable hand? No. Definitely need a 1 and or 2 drop. All right. Woof. Keep the 1 lander. Yikes. Punished. Turn 2. Turn 3. Turn 3, we play a Ruby Medallion. We Surveil with Dragon Rage Channeler. We weirdly might keep the Mana Geyser. So here's why. What you can't see is in hand. Let me move myself. I have a Seething Song. So we look like in a really bad position. But on next turn, we draw Mana Geyser. We cast Seething Song for 2 mana because of the Ruby Medallion. We cast Mana Geyser for 4. We have 1 red plus what? That'll be turn 4. So let's assume that like 3 lands per player, 9, 10. We then have 10 mana. Yeah, I think I keep this. Players assume that it is a land. We untap, draw this card. We go Seething Song, uh, Surveil. Great. We'll leave the mountain. Mana Geyser. I guess does it change anything? Because we have an instant sorcery. Actually, I'm gonna bin the mountain to try and hit Delirium. We look at this, nice, and then we also bin the Shadow Spear. We now have Delirium. We have 10 mana about. 3 for Kratos. 7 left. Karlach. Oh no, Kotak. We missed the land drop. And actually, so this should be turn 4. That's why I assumed players had tapped about 3 mana each. This is not turn 3. This is turn rotation 4. So we missed land drop last turn, and we have not played a land this turn. Yeah, wow. So we can go Karlach, Alexios, or Karlach, Life of the Party. Yeah, so turn 4 catches us up just a little bit. Woo! That's stupid. That's so dumb. Land, Shadow Spear. Land, FOMO. Discard a card and draw. Let's see. I think we pitch the Price of Progress here and draw. Okay. Turn 3. Oof. It's been some greedy hands. So, like, it is a little my fault that this is not functioning. We play, like, Reckless Barbarian. Man, the colorless lands are a really tough sell in this deck. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's okay. But wow, they do hurt. I Blood Moon? No, because this I'm building this as bracket 2, like by bracket 2 rules, because if you all want to upgrade this, you know what to do. Like oh right. Gornog actually, let's see. Blood Moon is bracket 2. No. um One or more warriors you control attack a player. Make a creature that player controls a coward. This is also a warrior. Important to note. Attacking warriors you control get +X, where X is the number of cowards your opponents control. Yeah, I think we play this. I think this is not as important. It's a good thought. But we don't actually need attackers. We need things that become relevant attackers, like Darcy. Or we need effects that are useful at different points in the game, which I think covers the rest of the things. But we don't necessarily need something to be attacking on turn 1. All right, The Dream. Ragavan, turn 1. Turn 2. We can turn 2 a Kratos. Actually, I think we absolutely turn 2 Kratos. So exile that. Kratos, swing Ragavan, make a treasure. So then turn 3. We go like Soul Ring. Feel like Bowman has attacked once or twice and then nothing. And that's okay, because then that means that later on that thing sacrifices for 2 cards. That is why that is relevant. We have 5 mana. We can just like slam Maximum Carnage here. But I think we save the mana so we get a Tali on the next turn. Instead, we just play Varchild. And swing. So then this is turn 4. Turn 4, we Atali. Sick. Oh, colorless lands. Colorless lands. I might just need to cut, because like this hand is so good if that is not a colorless land. Or we just never didn't have it. Is this, do we go turn 2 Kratos again? Yeah, we don't have an, well, we have Vincent, I guess, but yeah, we go turn 2 Kratos. We take 1 damage from our own Kratos because he couldn't attack. Draw. Access Tunnel. Play Vincent. Swing. I think there's a very real possibility that Vincent gets 3 counters here, but we'll just say 2. Yeah, this deck is hot. What are these cards you're talking about? Brazen Cannonade. Is that the 2 damage to non-pirates? Oh no, what the hell are you? Attacking creature you control dies, deals 2 damage to each opponent, and at the beginning of your post-combat, if you attacked, exile top card of your library, and you can play till your next end of combat. Yeah, see, so this is the kind of card that I'm talking about that it is very good for mono red. It's like, oh, what do you do when your creatures are not relevant anymore? Stuff like this. Your creatures, sure, you're sending them to die in combat, but each one of them is now dealing 2 damage to each opponent and drawing you a card. I like this idea. What's our creature count? 34. Because also, since Kratos is hasted, it's easy to get this to trigger. And then what? Mandate of Heaven. Maybe we're thinking of a different thing. Oh, it's a, yeah. Brazen Cannonade. I do wish that card costs a little less. Targ, thank you. Hey! Thank you so much, Targ. Really appreciate that. And it looks like we got some good people in that round of gifts. Well, you know what? I did not do a good job of advertising it today, but would you like to sponsor a card for this deck? Because I think we will be playing this on the show at some point. We can make Brazen Cannonade your card in here. Wild Wasteland. Wild Wasteland is not bad, but I don't think this deck really needs it. Right? This is the, yeah, skip your draw step, exile 2, like I think it's fine, but I would prefer to have something like this that also helps you to finish the game out. Yeah, I feel pretty good about this. Well, for now, I'm going to add Brazen Cannonade into the deck as the Targ card. And if you tell me a different one, then I will switch it. What am I not feeling as much for this deck? I think Brazen Cannon is good in a lot of decks, but the thing is, you don't have to have a way to ensure that your creatures die. This is a win-win. Because if you're like, oh no, we're kind of top decking creatures here, I'm just getting my little dinky ones, you can still go play it. It's hasted from Kratos' swing. Either they're taking damage or they're blocking, killing the creature, taking damage, and either way, you get to exile your next card. Arnie, do you want you want Arnie to be your card, Targ? I think it won't cheat out the bigger drops very well because it only can put a creature into play that has a mana value less than the attacking creature. So it'll cheat some small ones, but yeah. I'm happy to add that if you want, but if that was not quite what you're looking for, then what is the deck missing at this point? I don't know. I don't know that it. I'm feeling pretty confident here. I think it might be looking for some way to finish the game out if for some reason you don't need an ad or anything. Yeah, but you gifted subs, and even though I hadn't said anything about it, that's how this works. So at the very least, I like this I like this one. Because for those of you who don't know, when we brew decks for the gameplay show, you can always gift subs or donate on Ko-fi, and we will add whatever card you want into the deck, as long as it will not ruin our lives. And then we put your name on the sleeve, so if it shows up on the show, then your name's right there. And then we can either thank you or blame you for whatever it does to the game. Screaming Nemesis? Meh. I'm not too worried. Star Athlete? That's the I'm trying to remember exactly what this does. Attacks choose up to one target non-land permanent. Its controller can sacrifice it, but if they don't, it deals 5 to them, and you can blitz it. So we have a 3 mana, likely dealing 8. I like that. I definitely like that. Brass's Tunnel Grinder to dig. Nah. Because I don't know that we are consistently descending. And I don't need to spend 3 mana for that. Yeah, I think Star Athlete is pretty solid. Means it early will be doing some damage, and well, it will almost always be doing damage. Too much stuff at 3. I'm not worried about too much stuff at 3. Because this also, or it's removal. I mean, it's never removal. Nobody's, like, unless somebody's like, unless it's lethal, nobody's choosing to get rid of the permanent that you chose. So I actually, I do like this a lot more. Like that's a chunk of damage. All right. If you hear multiple comments, it's removal. Like, yeah, but like I said, it's only removal if like if that is going to kill them. I think most players are going to just go, yeah, 5. They're probably wrong to do so. But yeah. All right, I need to trim some cards. And also, Targ, you need to tell me which one of these you want as your card: Star Athlete or Brazen Cannonade. Um. Hey, there we go. I like it. All right. I like it. All right, I gotta trim 2 cards. Do I? Yeah, no, I think Arabrask, like, what it does is still strong enough that I'm okay, even though the haste is redundant. What do we? Yeah, the enter tapped is huge, and like, it's nice as a backup, like, for this haste. Hmm. Yeah, man. I think if this had more synergy, it would be better. Like if we had our if we were going wider, it would be better. Battle of that is the multiple combats.
Ooh. Hi. It's very short.
It's great.
Thanks.
It's a World at War. All right, I need one more cut. Let's see. We'll play test. See if something disappoints me. This seems like a good start. Mountain. Oh, Ragavan, you're a turn late. Can't believe betrayed. I mean, I think this is just Guild Artisan. Draw, play Mountain, play Kratos, swing Kratos, make 2 treasures. And then use those 2 treasures for Generous Plunderer. Take a damage from Kratos because we didn't swing with this. Draw, turn 4. Play Ragavan. Swing everything, make 2 treasures, use that 5 mana for Throne of Eldraine. Which we then this also makes us a treasure. That gives us just enough to play Karlach if we wanted to. That's our better move. Yeah, we play that before combat. Ooh boy. This cooks. This does. I think this we keep anything that gives us a turn 2 Kratos. Draw, Valakut, draw, take 3, exile Simian Spirit Guide, Kratos, turn 3. Man, why are we having this mana issue? This is really not enough lands. It's maybe not enough lands. $39 though with MDFCs. Come on. Come on. Yeah, Great Train Heist, greater than World at War. Arguable. Especially the fact that this rebounds and we have haste is important. Cut Reckless Barbarian? No. Stuff like Reckless Barbarian and Seething Song allow for the more explosive plays that we need for this deck to push ahead in the early game. Alberto, thank you for the resub. Do we allow warriors and barbarians? We have enough. Because if you're thinking, what's its face, Gornog, we at least are guaranteed to have one because of the command zone. And then a lot of these are just incidentally the right things. Or I guess you asked warriors and barbarians. So what do you? What's your thought there? We can't add any more cards. Lavisa. Lavisa's cool, but I don't think that's what we want. This is very difficult. Which is good, means the deck list is pretty great. All right, how many no block cards do we have? Because Barrage of Boulders is like not a great card. It just happens to do the thing that we need. So there's 1, 2, 2.5. Bedlam is 3.5. This is our other half, so we'll say 4. Scarlet 5. I don't know. That seems like a good amount. I don't care. I'm cutting Soul Ring. The colorless mana is actually not that important to us, and it's more room for cool cards. Like look at this hand. We don't need no Soul Ring. Look at this hand. Mountain, Ragavan. Draw. Play this. Swing Ragavan. Make treasure. Play Kratos. Is Goad kind of counter to Kratos' burn ability? Yes and no. It means that they're not getting burned, but it also means that they're open for attacks. It also means that you are not getting attacked, because at a certain point with these aggro decks, the rest of the table will go, all right, well, they're dealing a lot of damage. We need to kill them. And it helps to stop that plan. But yeah. So yeah, our turn 3. Dang. Yeah, we just run out Vincent, swing that. This is so much, so fast. I mean, like, we do whatever we want here. This is so good. And right on time, a way to start to refill our hand. Because we can go Bomat Courier, nothing blocks. Or guess what? We probably have like a treasure from Ragavan. We go make a billion mana, nothing blocks. Access tunnel somebody. Like, yeah, this is ugh. I love it. All right, I think this is it. I think this is the deck. Get ready for this episode to end in like 10 minutes when we play this. And then also, everyone, this is just going to be public. The deck list will be public on the channel, so that I can also link that short to it. But I think I'm going to end the stream a little early because Nerd Girl has dropped off food and I have not eaten for a long time. So thanks for hanging out with me. We got to tech some pretty great decks. We got to look at other Kratos. We looked at some more. It was a very combative day. Next week, I believe. I should see you all next week, same time. But who is online right now? Anybody fun to raid? All right, we'll send you all over for some gameplay with Tappy. All right, appreciate it, everybody. It was a good day, some cool decks, and I can't wait to play this one. I will see you all at the latest next week. Bye.